I'll give you guys 30 seconds to a minute to settle down, settle in. Settle down, friends. All right, you guys had too much good food. You're all hyper now, huh? I know I am. Much needed after long week of being here. But very grateful to be here. Very grateful to have you guys here. And thank you for sharing your time. You could be anywhere else, but you chose to be here. So that means so much. I'm really excited for this panel because I think developers are some of the most fascinating humans in the blockchain space. And there really wouldn't be the technology we have today if it wasn't for the builders. So we really owe it to all of you guys for one, caring, right? And wanting to be a part of something and building something. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the tools that we have today. So I think that's pretty phenomenal. And there's something that we constantly hear in this space, and it's why can't the devs just do something, right? But no one ever checks in with the devs. Like, how are the devs actually doing? So I consider this panel the developer support group. And really, I just want to know what's going on in your guys' heads and get to know a little bit about what you're passionate about and things of that sort. So before I get started, if you could each introduce yourselves, then I'll go ahead and ask you some questions.
Thanks. Thank you for caring. My name is Dan, and I work for Reach. I work on the core team of Reach, which involves working with the compiler and the compiler runtime.
Awesome.
I'm Keegan. I also work at Reach, and I work on the Reach Labs team. And what that means is that I'm building products, consumer-facing products with Reach. So I'm using the thing that Dan is building.
Keegan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Tommy. I'm about as senior of a Web3 developer as you can get. I've been building products on Ethereum for about 6 years now.
Awesome. I'm Estefania. I'm the head of events. Some know me as NFT Mommy on Twitter. I am not technical, but I am technically aware. So my first question for you guys is one, how did you get to your position today? So before there was blockchain, you've had to have some sort of insight about it and or maybe just found out about Reach for you guys specifically and then sort of took a leap of faith and jumped in. Or like what was your journey to getting to your jobs or careers currently?
I'll go first then. So my main bridge into the blockchain world was our CTO, Jay McCarthy. Um, but before that, I'm a Haskell developer. I like the programming language Haskell, and so I'd go to like these functional programming related conferences. And in the past couple years, there's been a trend to use Haskell in blockchain technology, just because Haskell is perceived as sort of this safe language. By the way, the Reach compiler is written in Haskell, and it's good language for writing compilers. But so that's where I started encountering it. Was I was going to these Haskell things, and they're like, "Hey, we're using Haskell for blockchains," and and Haskell meetups started getting more funding from these blockchain companies, which is really nice. Uh, but then I've worked as a developer for a couple years, and Jay contacted me and invited me to join Reach, and was Jay is someone that I respect and trust a lot with his technical acumen, and so when he said, I'm making this blockchain company, I want you to join. I trusted that, and my experience so far is that trust was well placed.
Yeah, so I started off, so I was a developer, just Web2 developer for, I guess, about 4 years, 5 years. And, I guess about a year ago, I saw the returns on, crypto just they were astronomical. People were making so much money. I thought there might be something to this solely from a monetary gain. And yeah, so I did research on something that I thought might be a good investment. That ultimately led me to decide on Algorand. I bought some Algorand, and then that led me to research about what makes coins different, what makes crypto different than other crypto. Why are some going up? Why are some going down? So yeah, that buying Algorand led me to research crypto, what it is. That led me to understanding that what blockchain is. It's more than just crypto. You can deploy programs on it, decentralized applications. That led me to writing programs in Teal. That led me to Algorand's Discord. Algorand's Discord led me to a community of Teal developers. Those Teal developers led me to Reach, and here I am.
Awesome. Let's see. So I also started from like a Web 2 perspective, computer science major, but I was introduced to Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining and eventually Ethereum. And I realized, oh, I can like build applications on this. This is super awesome. And at the time, my Web 2 job, I was building some application for a bank, and like it was just so antithetical to like anything I was like delving in with crypto. It was like, forget banks. So I quit my day job. I was like, I'm gonna go work. My big interest was on decentralized organizations at the time. Like and kind of the concept of cooperatives. So I quit my day job. I decided to go work for a company called oh man, why can't I think of it? Never mind. It was a long time ago. It doesn't exist anymore. But trying to build like decentralized community DAOs. So that's still mostly my focus nowadays. Is like using this technology to empower like local communities, especially. So.
Cool. That's awesome. Now, you've all been in the space now for at least a year, maybe 2. What are some things that you're most excited about that are coming into the blockchain ecosystem?
I mean, DAOs are really taken off. Like, even in the past few months, we've seen so many like decentralized organizations trying to do novel things. One of them tried to buy the Constitution. One of them is trying to buy the Denver Broncos team. I mean, these are kind of like obscure, like real world examples, but we are seeing a lot of like in real life applications of what used to just be kind of like blockchain technology. And I think it's one of the biggest criticisms. Like, how does this solve any like in real world problems? And we're starting to see a lot of that. So.
Yeah, I think not necessarily what's coming, but I think it's here. Is that I think what blockchain allows creators to do is it gives them power. You hear the saying, when you own crypto, you're your own bank. But I think that logic applies to NFTs. With NFTs, you're your own art gallery. With NFTs, you can be your own recording studio. So I'm excited about just decentralization as a whole and putting the power back into creators, because I think that creatives and artists, I think this is the best time to be alive, personally. And yeah.
I have kind of 2 answers to this question. Do you want like a vague answer that's broad, or do you want like a specific answer?
Give me both.
Okay. Which one first?
Let's go with the vague one, and then
Okay.
we'll go broad.
So the vague one is I'm excited about Reach. And the reason I'm excited about Reach is because I think it like seriously makes it easier for developers to bring their own ideas to the blockchain. And I feel like, we are going to help people do things that we would have never thought to do. And so the thing I'm excited about is like that I don't know what to be excited about. I know that there's like new things that are going to happen that I've never thought of. And that idea is exciting to me.
That's awesome. That's a great answer. You're excited by almost what you don't know, but you know it's
Yeah,
coming.
exactly. And I'm excited that like developers are empowered. I'm excited that, decentralization and this idea that, the power is in the hands of everyone to bring their own ideas and make them become reality.
Which actually leads me to my next question. So, besides you, the developer, being most in demand, what currently are you seeing some sort of problems that are in need of solutions with it? Like, as a developer, like, what are the biggest problems you're seeing that you're able to solve? And what does that look like?
You want to start, Keegan?
Sure. I think an a very interesting problem that I've actually talked with Steph about are. So I'm very excited about DAOs, and I think having a truly decentralized DAO is incredibly difficult. And I'm excited to see a system or a platform that allows people to create truly decentralized DAOs. So yeah, I think that's a very hard problem to solve that I'm excited to see happen.
Stole my thunder. But I am also really, and I guess just to echo, excited about Reach and the ability to write the code once and be able to deploy it anywhere. I think is a very important concept for building any application, whether it be DAOs or DeFi or NFT projects or what have you. And also just it being more like open and easier to like an easier learning curve than saying just learning Solidity or learning what's Algorand's Teal. So yeah, super stoked about Reach.
So the power of DAOs is in the community and the people that participate in them. And that I think is what makes them interesting. And so the role I see in like your question about what can developers do is like the important thing for developers to do, and also harkening back to what I said earlier, is like empower people. When people want to get together and like create these rules for how their funds are going to be spent and how long you lock something away, or things of that nature, that's the thing that devs can do, is take people's ideas and make them happen, like make them real. And the so I'm sorry to be vague again, but that like the possibilities of this, we have only started scratching the surface of like what this kind of technology can do for people.
Right. Now this question's specific to Tom, but I'm sure there's some overlap with your guys' background. And so you come from a Web 2 background, but then went straight into Solidity. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and have you dabbled with Reach yet?
I've read the documentation. I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, considering that you had to go through this extensive process to learn Solidity and become a senior engineer now in the space, looking at something like Reach, how do you like why do you see that as being like something to be excited about as a developer and as like a way to essentially improve developer tooling
Yeah,
and growth?
definitely. For one, it's much more like human readable in my opinion, and like it makes more sense to me in like reading the syntax of like Amy is sending Bob like 1 ETH or whatever. The way that it like reads is a lot more like sensible than writing Solidity, in my opinion. And it's a lot more accessible as like a Web 2 developer. Like I've done a bunch of JavaScript sort of stuff, whereas I like may not have done anything that kind of like even looks like Solidity, like interacting with the blockchain in any essence, like getting the balance or address or like sending one thing or the other, like making approvals, all of that is kind of abstracted away by Reach, and it makes it the learning curve much more accessible.
And what about for you two? So you came from a Web 2 background, maybe had some understanding of Python, Haskell, JavaScript. What was that transition for you in terms of learning Reach?
I actually want to hear Keegan say it first, and then I'll go.
Sure. Yeah. So I was dabbling with Teal for a couple of months, and I don't know if you've ever used it, but it's a monster. It's not very fun. It's like similar to assembly, you could say. So yeah, I mean, after those 2 months that I spent in Teal, I was writing very basic applications, like the most simple thing you could think of. I was able to do that in Reach 2 months, probably in like a day. And I was just, yeah, it was just immediate to me that Teal is going. It doesn't make sense to use Teal. It makes sense to use something like Reach. And then, yeah, as I got more into Reach, how the compiler works is incredibly powerful. It's going to check different permutations of your program to see if there is a possibility of it failing, of you having some kind of backdoor you forgot about, or sending the wrong amount of money. Yeah, those two things were incredibly powerful to me.
So I have been around since like earlier days of Reach, and so I have seen Reach kind of evolve and grow its features, which is really cool to watch as, Jay just keeps, hammering out more and more features. I mean, we all help, but it's Jay who's the powerhouse of adding new features to Reach. And so I didn't know Teal before learning Reach, and I didn't know Solidity either. But Reach is designed to be a lot like JavaScript, and I know JavaScript, so I found it very easy and intuitive to pick up Reach. And then so it also, having this perspective makes me biased, but I see how to do things in Reach that I'm like, why would I ever want to do that in Teal? Like that would be so much harder to write by hand in Teal. And Reach comes with these safety guarantees, these like patterns of safety that we have implemented for you through the compiler and through the runtime, that it would be so tedious to have to write that by hand. Like, if I imagine myself writing an application in Solidity and writing, the JavaScript to communicate with that application, all of those safety features, like Reach is so convenient for bringing these things to you. And so that's my very biased perspective about learning Reach.
So, tell me a little bit more about just like the benefits, or like what does I guess the interface, does it have something special too that is more friendly to use, where it's like the UI UX is something that's more supportive for a developer rather than having to kind of figure it out, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So the let me think how to answer this exactly. So I work a lot on the JavaScript runtime for Reach. When you compile Reach, it turns into a smart contract, either an EVM or an Algorand virtual machine smart contract, and it also turns into some JavaScript that will perform the transactions on your behalf. And so let me think about what I was about to say about that. Could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I guess the reason I asked this is because I know we've had a conversation before where you mentioned that you really appreciate when, say, like the platform you're using has tools that allow you to understand like where you're at or what's going on. Like if there's an error in your code, it'll immediately tell you rather than having to like wait till the end when you're compiling in order to
Right.
see that. So I'm wondering, like, what sort of tools that are added on to certain platforms do you appreciate to see as a developer?
I see. So the thread I was chasing before was trying to describe how Reach will do these things automatically for you, making it so much easier to run your program and get the transactions to your smart contract and doing like retries behind the scenes so that you don't have to write that yourself. And I'm actually the person who writes that because I write the JavaScript so that you don't have to. But some other tools, specifically with Reach, there's a new tool that my teammate Chike has been working on called the Simulator, which is a really cool tool for helping you visualize your Reach program and step through it in a simulated environment to understand how your program works and make sure that it's doing what you think it is. Having like the ability to step through a program can be very helpful for learning a language.
I'm looking around. I was looking at Chris because I was like wondering if this is alpha that we're spilling.
Did I just spill a secret? Oh, don't tell. Don't tell.
So don't tell
Master.
anyone.
Yeah. Okay. So what Jay said is that another thing I was talking about is how we verify the contract when you attach to it, and we were talking about this before before we started recording. The something that Reach does for you is when you use the generated client to interact with the contract, it will make sure that the contract you're interacting with is the actual program that you think it is. It will check the bytecode, and it has an expectation of what the bytecode should be. And it will also check the program state because on your side of things, you expect the program state to advance in a certain way. And so whenever you send a transaction, you're calling a method on the smart contract, and you want to make sure that the state of it is what you thought it was in order to do the thing that you want to do. Sorry if that's a little weird way of saying it, but this is a very neat feature of Reach that is just sort of there for you automatically, and it prevents certain kinds of errors that would make your contract vulnerable to attack.
Do you guys?
Yeah, sorry. So was the question, what tools do I like to see as a developer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Reach does a good job. I think the number one thing is explicit error handling. Hey, this on line 42, this value could be 7 if this other line is 4. Very explicit error handling, which Reach does well already. I think another thing is like a sandbox where you can quickly kind of play around with the language or tool, like a code pen, if you will. And yeah, sounds like a low bar, but those are just two things off the top of my head. Yeah.
I don't have much to contribute here as I haven't actually developed with Reach much yet. But from my understanding, it seems as if it implements a lot of like security enhancements, which are important. Especially like it's very easy to introduce security holes within especially Ethereum smart contracts. So if like when you're like compiling this down, the fact that it's already kind of like checking for like maybe like basic mistakes one may have made is something that doesn't exist elsewhere in the ecosystem. So
You said it doesn't exist anywhere else in the ecosystem. Are there any other tools specifically that do support like a Solidity developer currently?
yeah, I mean, as of recently, and I want to say recently, like in the past like year or so, or a couple of years, there's the most common tool is called Hard Hat, and that actually allows you to like find what line in the code, like your code is breaking. But for the 4 years previous to Hard Hat, there was no way to like debug your code. It would just break, and you had to like go reread all of your code to try to like figure that out. So debugging tools are huge, and I think is largely overlooked in the ecosystem. Even still, like Hard Hat was a great improvement, but is still not perfect or not fully complete, I would say. So.
Yeah.
I had another thing to say about tools that I like to see for a programming environment is static analysis of your code. I like that's an area that I think is really interesting and valuable, potentially valuable. Sometimes static analyses are too rigid and they make you write your program in really weird ways. But the good analyses just sort of, you write your program naturally and they'll help you identify potential errors with your program before you even run it. And Reach includes a portion of the compilation process includes running or creating theorems and running them through an automated theorem prover to make sure that your code adheres to the assertions that you've declared, as well as a few additional assertions that just come automatically with all Reach programs.
Awesome. Go ahead.
What do you wish that your business counterparts understood better about developing, and like why does it take so long?
What do you wish your business counterpart communicated better so you could build it?
Why is this taking so long?
Is the question about how to help our business counterparts advertise better, or is the question about how to make our job easier? Oh, help them understand why is it taking so long. Okay. Hard question. Yeah. So you want to?
I can try.
Something?
Yeah, I think in short, I don't think there's really a way to describe it unless you actually touch it, touch the code, because it's like saying, why is running a marathon so hard if you've never ran, 10 yards or sprinted 10 yards? You have no measure of what running a marathon is like. And so I think one way might be, I mean, this is kind of extreme, but maybe everyone builds like a small little program so they can better understand said tool or language. And I think the other thing for me personally is, I mean, PMs are going to hate this, but I think just being a little more lax and like, hey, if the deadline needs to get pushed, needs to get pushed. Because in my mind, I understand that their deadlines are a necessity, but I don't know. I think it can cause pressure, which can cause bugs, which in Web3 can be devastating. So,
Another point to that is developers are like super, I don't know, just they always underestimate how long something is going to take. So they'll tell their PM, yeah, I got this in the bag. It's going to take me a day. Always multiply that by 4. Developers are way too egotistical or just pompous in their estimations. So, and there's just so many like gotchas, unforeseen circumstances that you don't account for. Like you can, as a developer, you can see the end solution in your mind, but you don't see the moat and the bridge and all of that you have to cross. You think you could just like fly there. So there's always just a lot more to the task than anyone can really see. So
when it comes to blockchain applications specifically, it can help if the business people understand some amount of the technical properties of the blockchain. And so if, for example, you have an application and it runs slowly, and the business people might be wondering, why is it running so slowly? One of the reasons might be because, if you deploy on Ethereum mainnet, transactions take a long time to confirm. And if you need to confirm through, that network, that's just going to take a long time. Another thing is on Algorand, if you need to run certain queries, Reach programs do a lot of queries to understand the state of the program, and if you want to know why is this applications sending so many queries out there? It's because they're necessary, because the program needs to, get the updated state of the program, and that's where they get it from is by making a query. So I hate to say, business people need to understand every technical detail, but trying to understand a little bit about the technical nature of it can help answer some of those questions.
Yeah, that's a great response. I actually had another question too that sort of aligns with that. And so you're a builder, right? I would consider you guys builders, right? And
Sure.
in and in many ways, that comes with like maybe to being tasked to create something. But is there a lot of collaboration in your work to maybe have conversations with those counterparts also to be able to be like, okay, well, this may not work because of this reason, or is it usually just task oriented and then like that's it, or do you prefer to sort of have that collaboration aspect involved as well?
This is an interesting question, and I think different developers are different. And I, for one, like some amount of collaboration. I think it's fun to talk to people about what they want and then try to make it happen. I know some developers are just like, please just give me tasks and lock me away in a cell, and I'll go do the thing, and I don't want to be bothered. Don't schedule me for any meetings. I just want to give me a task, and I'll go isolate myself and do it. And so it depends on the developer. My personal taste is, some blend of, alone time. Every developer needs some like uninterrupted blocks of time, but I think some level of collaboration is fun for me.
Yeah, is the collaboration, are you referring to other developers or the PMs or just anyone?
So I guess it depends who would come to you to task you with the
Right.
project and idea.
I see. Yeah, I like collaboration for sure. I think my biggest thing is just clarity, having a clear idea of what is supposed to be done. Because I think oftentimes, you'll get assigned a task, and if it's not clear and or concise, maybe you might interpret that to be another thing, and then you get halfway through it, and they say, "What is this?" And you say, "This is what you asked for." So yeah, I think collaboration isn't necessary. I don't want to say evil, but it's definitely a necessity. But it can, easily become too much. To Dan's point, so yeah. And in summary, I just think clarity. I'm the guy on Slack saying, just to be clear, just to be clear, just to be clear. So I'm all about just being super, super transparent and clear with the task at hand.
Yeah, totally agree with Keegan on this. Is like making sure that you don't build something that like unintentionally is the wrong thing, and like making sure you have as much clarity as possible. But also from like a project manager standpoint, like when I've led projects, I try not to micromanage at the same time. Like I give my developers the task and like let them do their own thing unless they come to me with like clarification. And I probably more like bother the client more than anything, like making sure that what we're building, like that clarification is happening, that what we're building is still like on board with what the client wants. But I haven't really seen like much collaboration between developers. So like usually there's like a front end developer, a back end developer, and maybe like some like tertiary like processes developer, and they all kind of like develop independently and then like plug it all together at the end. But there isn't like much discussion between developers. I don't know. I feel like I'm going down a rabbit hole here and just like remembering projects I used to work on. But
It's a support group, remember? We're here for you.
Mhm.
You don't want to intentionally build the wrong thing. So how do you know when the team is going sideways? Like, are there clear indicators?
Well, just constantly like showing the client what's going on and being like radically transparent with the client. And if the client says, "Hey, this is nothing what I expected," that's a pretty good indicator.
Yeah, I think as Tommy was saying, there's just different aspects of development. You in Web 2, you'd have the front end, the back end, and DevOps. In Web 3, you have the front end, smart contracts. Smart contracts could be seen as the back end, if you will. And yeah, for front end, the stuff that you see, that's very easily, you could maybe you have a domain that's deployed, I don't know, every 3 or 4 days or whenever, the developers reach a certain milestone, so they can quickly look and see, hey, this this looks like this doesn't look good, or this color should be blue. But I think it becomes much more difficult to on the back end because there's no visual aspect or element. And I think that's when I was talking about clarity earlier, that's why it's so important, is because it's hard if you don't know the code, then it's hard to you can't just show a PM this smart contract because they're not going to understand it, aren't going to be able to read it. So that's why. So the back end aspect, the things you can't see, is there's really no way to know except for the developer to illustrate that to them. And so that's why the communication is so important, because there is no visual aspect to it.
It sounds like that's something that Reach provides, though, right? It's like the sandbox to be able to test out your backend smart contracts. So, like, without having to even build an interface, Reach allows you to interact with your application's backend to make sure that it's like functioning as you expect it to, and just writing unit tests and what have you.
I think that there needs to be at some point a communication flow between developers and the business leaders about what you're doing. And sometimes businesses pivot, and developers hate this. It's so annoying whenever requirements change, but it's essential for the business, right? Sometimes your business has to pivot or die. And so what's important, I think, is to try to set small goals that will get you step by step to where you want to go. And then when you pivot, the pivots feel a little smaller, perhaps, because you've taken a few steps and you're trying to maintain visibility the whole way. And that open channel of communication helps you to see the pivot sooner, perhaps.
I feel like I resonate with that on the opposite side. Sometimes people don't understand the marketing side and expect it to be done in, like, say, less than a month, like this conference.
Well
But
done, by the way. I'm loving it. I'm loving this conference.
Thank you, Chris. But hey, it happens, you guys talked about DAOs and DAO tooling, and how possibly that's exciting. What specific things do you feel like maybe you personally are bringing into that space? Like, is it the autonomy in terms of like the functions you're coding within the DAO structure, or are there other things like just participation right now that inspire that curiosity?
Um, are you asking about us, like, in specific, like me? What am I bringing
Like
to?
you.
Okay. Yeah, I work on the compiler and the runtime, so I'm bringing the sort of convenience for DAO developers, other developers, to craft a Reach program that helps them achieve their goals. And I think that Reach is a really great language for sort of being able to write quote unquote business logic. So the code that you write in Reach is descriptive, and it exists at a high level where it reflects the ideas that you have in the structure of the code. It's like writing poetry, sort of. So that's what I hope I bring, is helping developers, and empowering them to, like, have their ideas about what they want to do with the DAO and make them real in a convenient way.
Yeah, my answer is a little abstract. I think, like I was saying, I think the big problem with DAOs is that a lot of them aren't really decentralized. And what I mean by that is, a lot of them are just, you join this DAO and it's really just a bunch of people on Discord, or if it is run by a token, there's 4 people with 70% of the tokens. Neither one is decentralized. So what I I don't know. I think what I'm contributing is just thought and communicating with people, whether it's Steph or other people on Twitter or Discord. Because I think the biggest problem with DAOs is just thinking through how to solve this problem, how to truly create a decentralized DAO, and it's incredibly difficult. It's very, very hard. So I think I think the tooling's getting there, as Dan said, but I think even more so than that, I think it's going to be a collaborative effort of builders and artists and philosophers and economists. So yeah, I think that's what it's going to take to get there, is collaboration.
Both really hard to follow up on. Uh, definitely agree with Keegan that a lot of DAOs are like still centralized enough to be concerning, and it's like a process of like incremental decentralization, and finding where those pain points are or where the bottlenecks are of like that we can decentralize more. And I mean, I guess even specific to this summit is, there's a centralization pain point of like 95% of the DAOs are on Ethereum mainnet, and like that's not very inclusive. Like if like especially in areas of the world where, or even in America, where it's like $10 a transaction, like that's my food money for the day or whatever. Like that's way more than I can afford. So I think it's interesting, again, to be able to like write the code once and deploy everywhere. Like, so what especially this weekend, just as like an experimental like dive into Reach, like I want to rewrite what's called the Moloch contracts, which is a DAO framework. Rewrite those in Reach and deploy it to like Algorand, for instance. So I think, yeah, that's what I want to contribute.
That's pretty exciting. For those who don't know, can you tell us a little bit more about Moloch?
Sure. So Moloch is, well, it used to be just like the simplest, like conceivable decentralized autonomous organization where you have members with shares. Your shares is essentially is your weighting vote on proposals. Members can submit proposals like, "Hey, pay me 100 or like 100 raid tokens or whatever for the work I did," and then the members vote on the proposal, and depending on the result, it either executes an action and you get paid, or the proposal fails and like the community decided against it. So it's a very simple framework for communities to govern themselves, essentially.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to open up questions to the audience, and I will start with Chris.
There's a high hand right there.
When you build Moloch, do you plan on doing V3 or V2 or V1?
I'm going to start with V1.
Okay. I
V3
mean,
is a little complicated.
yeah, I mean,
and
just
like,
finished V3 at ETH Denver. So.
yeah. Did you work on that?
No, but
Oh.
I was talking to him as he was building it. So
Okay. Yeah.
next will be V2 and then V3.
Yeah, exactly. I'll work my way up the chain.
Hi, thank you for talking. So I'm beginner to this industry like Web3. I come from Web2. So if I'm interested in learning technology side, like computer programming side. But I'm entrepreneur. So which language should I choose, like Solidity or Reach or other languages? So I think now is there many now in today's there are many documents like about Solidity, right? So the Solidity language, Solidity smart contract, right? So, but I think Rich's merit is more easier, more JavaScript, right? So I think it may be easy for beginner like me, but I think my concern is no document content, it's less community. I think I'm concerned. So can you tell me? I'm sorry for long. Yeah.
Yeah. The answer is reach. But no, in all honesty, I think, especially coming from Web 2.0, because I assume you've used JavaScript at least a little bit here and there, so you already have a little bit of some familiarity.
Computer language, I kind of familiar, but I think 4 years ago.
Sure, yeah, and I think even if you're, I think any modern language like JavaScript or Ruby, it's going to be, if there's a scale from 0 to 100, starting at 1 is better than starting at 0. So I think with Solidity, if you jumped into Solidity, I think it's, it might be, you might be starting at 0, but with Web 2.0 going to Reach, you might be at a 1 or 2. So having at least some kind of familiarity is going to be helpful. And as far as the documentation, yeah, I don't know. What was the question about documentation?
So, yeah,
Sorry.
so if I stuck it's about bug or something like that, I think I would go to the Google, right? Or I'll go to Google how to solve. I know how to solve them.
Yeah.
I think many documents about Solidity. So that's my concerns, right? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So if if you Google it at this point in time, I think it'll show up. But if it doesn't show up on Google, our docs team has done a really good job. They've been working hard. So on the Reach.
Let me translate the question.
Okay.
One sec.
Okay, it's not about documentation. It's about the fact that if I have a problem with Solidity, I'm going to type in my question into Google, and there's going to be 17 questions on Stack Overflow about this topic. And I'm going to be able to go look at the vast community of people who are Solidity developers who are going to talk about these same issues. So it's not just about like, oh, the documentation, because obviously our documentation at Reach is better than Solidity's documentation. However, it is not true that we have 1,000 questions asked on Stack Overflow. We do not have a bunch of different forums where people are talking about it. And so that is the thing that he's talking about. So I'm not going to answer what to do about that. I'll let you answer, Keegan, but that's what his question is.
Chris says Reach doesn't have as many problems. Yeah. I would encourage developers, aspiring developers, people who are learning or encountering issues, go to Discord. That's where we have a lot of community activity right now. You can search Discord. You can search our Discord to try and find questions and answers to them. And if you don't find the answer, you can ask on Discord. And we have several people that like to respond on, and we're pretty lively there. And I would also encourage you to start using Stack Overflow. Put a question on Stack Overflow and then link it to our Discord and say, hey, someone go answer this. Get some free internet points. Yeah, let me preach for a second. Back in the day, like 10 years ago, is when I taught myself Haskell largely through Stack Overflow. I would ask a lot of questions and I would try to answer questions, and that's how I learned Haskell. And now I have a ton of Stack Overflow points because I got in to the Haskell questions during a sweet spot when there weren't very many. So right now is that time for Reach. So get on Stack Overflow and ask your questions and go answer them. And then 10 years from now, you'll have a ton of Stack Overflow points. Say it into the mic so you...
Write that down.
The floor on those are like 10,000 algo.
He said.
Yeah, so if you post on Stack Overflow, you will get...
Reach thank you token.
If you answer a question on Stack Overflow related to Reach, you will get a thank you token.
All right.
Oh, and sorry, just to come back. So if you were going to use Reach, I would look at Discord and I would ask questions on Stack Overflow. Okay. What you got?
Okay, this is the last question. Then we have to move on to the next panel.
So you were mentioning about debugging tools. Some kind of key questions I had was, is there any kind of work on towards like a simulator? Also for like being able to step through the code and do things like IntelliSense and be able to highlight things like during like if you pause it and you can or have debug breaks and you can highlight variables and see what's going on.
If there were such a thing, I might not be able to talk about it.
Okay, I got
We're thinking about that sort of thing and may have things to say about it real soon.
awesome. Okay, great.
Thank you. Great questions. And thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I feel like developers are usually introverted. So this is really brave of all of you guys to be here. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. All right. So next up, we have Sandeep, Jared, Andrew, and Eric, who are leading the Humble DAO Suite. I'll take that down. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Test.
Rock stars. Yes.
Aren't you asking?
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew's asking questions.
I'm asking the questions. Yes. All right. Thank you everyone for being here. It's going to be really hard to follow up with Stefania. Did a great job. So we are the Humble team. My name is Andrew. I am the community manager over at Humble. And I'm going to kind of pass it around and let you guys introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Sandeep and I'm director of DeFi Humble.
Eric Stone. I am head of engineering with Reach Labs.
I'm Jared Beauchamp, and I'm the head of marketing for Humble and for Reach Labs.
So the topic that we have is what is DeFi and how is it going to change the world? I think it's a very loaded question. So I think we should start probably from the basics. I know a lot of you guys probably know what DeFi is and what CeFi is, but I think it's kind of good to build that basis. So I'm gonna let one of you take the lead on DeFi. I think it should be Jared, and then I'd like to hear from Sandeep on CeFi, just with your background.
So this question makes me think of when I have to describe to people what I do for work, or when I have to describe again to my wife what I do for work. You know, when I think of DeFi, I think of kind of like I think in terms of like the railroad and the interstate system across the United States. So back when you had just the railroad, you had, you know, very specific set of ways that you could travel, and you had just a specific set of people that were controlling those things. It was happened on one schedule. If there's only one train track, you could only get one train back and forth during this time period. And so it was a very permissioned kind of system. So it was great. It was better than what you had before in a lot of ways. It was better than walking on foot, faster than probably traveling by horse and some other things. But it also came with a lot of other problems. And so I think of DeFi kind of as like the interstate system, where, like, you know, I can get on and off the interstate system whenever I want to. I can travel as long as like my vehicle is structured such that it can drive on this road, then I'm allowed to get on and off as much as I want to. And so when I think of like traditional finance versus decentralized finance, I think of this kind of like permissionless entry and exit whenever I want. And I think of like I understand the rules of the road, and as long as I obey the rules of the road, then I can still participate. I always think of back when I was first getting my first bank account and experienced my first overdraft fee with Wells Fargo, and discovered that not only did they overdraft that transaction, but then they reordered a bunch of my transactions so that I got 3 or 4 overdraft fees. So I don't know if that was Eric that programmed that or not when he was there, but that's when I think of those two worlds, that's kind of the terms in which I think of it.
I mean, that very reason is why I'm in DeFi, basically, because when I worked at Wells Fargo, I said, you know, I can do that, you know, and they really kind of push the legal envelope as well when it comes to regulation. So everyone says, oh, the banks, you know, we hate crypto, but really the reason why they hate it is it's control. And that's what it's all about is, to me, DeFi is peer-to-peer rules and peer-to-peer whatever you want to do. If I want to make a deal with you, if we want to go and have an auction here for an equity, for an asset, whatever it is, you should be able to make up your own rules, and people should say, okay, I like this, I'm going to do this or not. And DeFi is a little bit of that, because what we see is a lot of really innovative financial products coming out of an innovative sector, because it is kind of the Wild West. And, we're going to see new things continue to come out of here as long as we've got, this kind of hands-off regulation. Or if you're offshore, I mean, you can do other things, but we'll talk more about that with this lady right next to me. Yeah, so that's really what it's about for me, is just having your own rules and peer-to-peer finance.
So my background is more like I'm coming from a centralized finance. And one thing that bothered me a lot, uh, of course, the numbers of problems we have in centralized finance. And the truth is, we are living with these problems every single day, right? Still, when it comes to do any transaction, right, we are still using fiat money. Even though to pay for this conference, we are paying in fiat. Yes, we love trading our crypto, right? We trade crypto, we make some profit, then we convert into fiat so that we can use this money, right? But where I really do see the power of DeFi, so one example I can take from centralized finance. So we talk a lot about, lack of access, right? So when we talk about lack of access, so, okay, I want to get a loan from the bank. And for a small business, if you only want to get a loan for like $20,000, $30,000, bank has a very certain specific rules, and they will say we cannot give you this much loan, right? Or if they have rules, they're going to charge you so much interest rate, and their interest rate is high. So for small business, if they want only $20,000, $30,000 worth of loan, banks may be like, no, we're not approving it, right? You better get a credit card loan. And if you are taking credit card loan, you're literally paying 25% fee on that. That is a very high fee for small business, right? And right now, when we look at our, the, this, the financial world, our corporations, actually, back in 1984, the four largest banks owned only 15% of, the total, like, financial, so, like the whole thing. But now that the percentile has increased up to 44%. So largest banks has 44% control. So more centralized power, more authority they have, that means less innovation, less, like, opportunity for all of us. And that's where I do see the power of decentralized finance, building solid products, giving access to people. I mean, for us living in the US, we can say that. I mean, I live in New York City, so every second block there is a Chase Bank ATM, right? I can go to. But the reality is still 1.7 billion people on planet Earth, they don't have access to the bank. If we go to any remote area, this is a real problem. They still, use fiat currency only. And for them, getting, like, just for the basic needs, getting access to money is a huge challenge. So that's where I do see the power of DeFi. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know, at least for me personally, one of the things that attracted me to DeFi was just how they took away the barrier to entry for a lot of people that might not be as privileged as I am. Even myself, I had trouble getting loans growing up. I never really was big using credit cards or anything like that, so I didn't really have much of a credit score. And it's, if you don't play their game, there's not a lot of access. So that's something that really attracted me to DeFi as well. But one thing too, I guess I want to highlight is, so right now, obviously, centralized finance is what dominates the market. What do you guys think what do you think it's going to take for DeFi to be the main player? And do you think that centralized finance will always have a place in society, or do you think it will go fully to a decentralized, financial system?
I'll take that one. Yes. Um, so first thing, I strongly believe it's going to be marriage between centralized finance and decentralized finance. I do like the technology, and technology is powerful, right? Second thing is, I think there's still some really good practices in centralized finance that we need to bring into decentralized finance as well. So to me, it's not just gonna be one thing means going into this wild west of, like saying, yes, decentralized finance is best and having our own rules. I think this it's important to have a system around, right? So to build like better system, have better products, it's really a marriage between both centralized and decentralized. It's not just the one thing.
Well, I'm going to agree with that in a way. I'm going to say that really it's going to split upon kind of risk appetite. So if you're really risk adverse, then you're going to lean towards central finance. If you then decide, well, part of my portfolio could be higher risk, maybe that's where I'm going to put crypto. And then maybe there's a middle ground too, where you say, well, this crypto is not that much more risky than this central finance. So, where's the middle ground there? But I think it's really going to be that hybrid where people are looking for high return. You're going to look at crypto, or maybe you'll look at, whatever the next emerging market stock market is. But like, it'll be just that kind of a thought process. It's completely transparent.
And just so do you think that like the risk profile though for DeFi will slowly come down as it builds out, and it'll be more, I don't want to say comparable to centralized finance, but in the sense of like the returns and that overall scope? Or
Well, explain to me what 400% return is with a stable coin. And
I mean, fair enough.
yeah, sure, I guess. Like, I don't think that's ever going to really change.
Okay.
I think though, to answer your question, Andrew, like, will there ever be a way in which like there's a change in that risk profile? I think there will be. I think the more, the way that we've seen traditional finance, you've seen where there's kind of like risk tranches and you can choose to get into a riskier investment, but you kind of have a lot more education around it and maybe there's even regulation around it. I think you'll probably see similar things happening inside of DeFi, and even like some of like the yield aggregators that I've seen, they kind of have risk tranches as well. That if you want to participate in like a DeFi yield aggregation platform, you can choose how risky you want to get. You can get wild and let them send your stuff out to BSC or wherever else it's going to go, or you can do something a little bit more traditional, like just stick it in Curve or Urn Vault or something like that. But I think what is it going to take for DeFi to overtake CeFi, and will it ever completely overtake it? I think it's both risk, and I think it's also like time and participation that people have. Different people have different risk profiles of what they want to take on, and different people have differing amounts of participation that they want to take on in managing their own personal finances. And that can change from person to person and moment to moment in their life. Like I can think of times when I had 2 young children at home, and like the last thing that I wanted to have to worry about was like balancing like my stock portfolio or something like that. I just was trying to get my kid to sleep through the night. And so I think there'll be moments when we'll be able to have like the benefits of DeFi with some of like the good user experiences of CeFi kind of baked in. Like if we're tearing down the existing thing, let's not throw away all of it, but let's tear down the pieces of it that shouldn't be there and keep the pieces that should. Is there a model where you have someone that kind of manages these things for you inside of a DeFi environment? Probably. And so let's pick up those pieces and then carry them along and leave the reordered transactions that turn into lots of overdraft fees in the past.
Perfect. And then to kind of touch base, you talked about people managing these like DeFi applications. Right now, 2022, I personally think it's going to be the year of the DAO. What sort of role do you see a DAO playing in these DeFi apps? And do you think that you need to have a DAO, or could you use like an LLC or a corporation to run some of these applications?
Are we going to talk about Humble DAO or just DAOs in general?
For sure, Humble.
For sure, Humble. Okay, I just had to make sure. Can we talk about
but
Humble
also
DAO?
in general as well? What do you think is an appropriate setup?
I mean, as everyone knows, DAOs are this blend of, who's really in charge? Is it one person? Is it 8 people? Or is it really the community? And where do they fall? So there's that sort of part of things. The other sort of it is what's the financial outcomes that people are looking for, or social outcomes that people are looking for in a DAO. And that kind of necessitates a little bit of the technology. But really what we're looking at doing with Monarch at least is providing an easy platform for people, because we keep hearing, hey, DAOs are what is going to govern everything. Every company is going towards a DAO model. And so from a governance and a regulatory perspective, it makes a lot of sense. And hopefully we'll get there this year, maybe next year. There'll be great platforms. Moloch is an early stage DAO that we've learned from. There's also something called Tribute DAO, and then there's going to be Monarch DAO. And Humble DAO, if we're doing a DEX, like governance is really important. Fee management, feature enhancement, different things that you want to do altruistically, maybe with the profits, who knows? But really putting that in the hand of the community and letting them choose is a big deal. If is it 51%, 66% of a community, you need like 90% on a threshold, like fun stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Eric said, and I also think I look at the reasons why I think people pick DAOs today. I think there's a couple of things that stand out to me. Number one is just kind of philosophically, people are excited about the idea of a decentralized autonomous organization. Kind of like, if we're really believing in this from the financial aspect, then why do we have like a centralized organization running it? Why don't we extend that idea through into the organization? And then second, the other thing I see happening is just from a regulatory standpoint, there's some difficult regulatory questions that haven't actually been answered, I think. And so it's in those kind of like gray area regulatory environments, sometimes it's easier, I think, to just say like, well, we handed power over to the people and it was all of these anonymous people that made this decision. And therefore we've shifted our risk off of saying it was our decision and saying that it was their decision. I think as we get some more regulatory clarity around both like how some of these bigger questions, like, if Uniswap ever turns on their fee switch and looks more like SushiSwap with the way that they distribute their profits, can they do that without the government coming after them? As we answer those kind of questions, I think there'll be more clarity around what kind of legal structure makes sense for each business. And I think in the same way that, we've seen a little bit more clarity just within our own country about which, corporate structure you pick for which business, I think you'll see businesses, or you'll see DAOs be applied in different ways for different DeFi platforms as well.
So my take on this, actually, for DAO, the concept, it seems great. Yes, for decentralized finance, many companies will choose that. That makes sense. But practically for financial institutes, it's definitely gonna take lots of time. And as Jared mentioned, the gray area between, from the regulations, that has to be cleared out. And one thing with the financial institution, because they are so heavily regulated, even though for institution to bring their money on open source, they just can't do that just because of their restriction as regulated entity. And the other thing is with institution, when they put loads of money, they they have to be like, it's better always to have some kind of like counterparty kind of handling that. So in that end, it's definitely a great idea. Many people are considering it, but for centralized cooperation or big institutions to move into something like that, it's definitely going to be learning curve, and it's going to move slower than we say like it's not going to happen just tomorrow or in a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll still move at traditional finance speed. So definitely a lot of work to be done, but it's good to see at least the conversations happening in the space and the progress that's being made so far. So one other thing too I wanted to talk about is, so Humble's motto is DeFi for everyone. What exactly does that mean to you, and how do we make DeFi accessible and understandable to the average user. I know whenever I speak with like my family or friends, they have a hard time just even understanding cryptocurrency, let alone some of these DeFi products. And there's a lot of skepticism around it. I think most of that comes from the misunderstanding. But how do you think that we reach that that population and make it truly DeFi for everyone?
I think so with decentralized finance, okay, when we talk about so I can speak for my own family. I'm in crypto, they're not. And again, this is always a conversation. I mean, how do they learn about it, right? And it seems very complicated trading on cryptocurrencies and using these platforms. So one thing is, I think the most important thing is really having that education. When we educate them and tell them the benefits, that's the time they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So for me, like when I have this conversation with my dad who is in 70s, right? I'm like, Dad, how much do you earn, when you have your money in a bank account and the interest you gain on it, right? In the US, that interest is now literally like nothing, right? Well, if you're in a country like India and you have bank accounts there, they still have 5% interest. It just few years ago, it used to be 9% interest for someone who is above 65, right? 9% is a very good return, right? But now that's 5%. So that has even shrinked, right? So from that perspective, when you talk about decentralized finance and you talk about, okay, you have your, stable token in, like at a DAX, and you can yield it and you can, earn interest on it. So just that, even just that education and how much they earn, that's what something makes them interesting. And then they're like, yeah, means, yeah, I like it. I think it's worth giving a try. And rest, of course, technology means how do you operate it? That's just a learning curve. Yeah. So I think education plays a very big role here.
So my grandmother definitely wants 400% APR. She told me so. And so DeFi for everyone's like, how do I make that happen, right? How does my grandmother buy some Algorand? How do I explain to her what a liquidity pool token is, right? It's like, I'm going to do what? And then how? So the education part's important, but some people are never going to get there. Like my grandmother, she could watch hours of videos. It's not going to happen. But the thing that Jared's going to talk about probably, which is bundling, might be really helpful for my grandmother. And so this is, yeah, I'll let Jared talk about it.
Yeah. So one of the things that's always top of mind for me is like, what are the steps that you have to take to perform some of these actions? And are there ways that you can kind of group those together and abstract the individual steps away from the user? So if we think about like joining a pool and becoming a liquidity provider and then staking that. So let's say you have some asset that's not either of the assets that you're putting into the pool. So first you got to do 2 swaps into either one of those. Then you've got to take those 2 assets in an equal amount and put them into a pool. And then once you get those pool tokens, then you've got to take it to wherever you're farming it. And then you've got to approve it and then stake it. And then once there's rewards ready, then you can claim those rewards. And the rewards usually come in a form that you don't like. And I'm going on and on because you can see like how many steps there are here, right? And so like there's already a lot of tools that have tried to like combine a lot of these steps together, like in Ethereum, and you're starting to see it in Algorand. There's a concept of zaps where, like, to take this example, instead of having to like go through all these steps to get into the pool, you can just say like, well, I've already got Algorand in my wallet and I want to join that USDC Yieldly pool. I'll just in one step go from Algorand to this pool, one step from the user's perspective. So I think like this is just an example of ways in which we can abstract away some of the complexity. And there's always a balance to be struck there where every step of that process is important. And there's probably decisions being made about like, approval amounts and things like that in each one of those steps. And so kind of trying to pick the right balance of ease of user interface and not going too far into just like making too many decisions and assuming too many things and then creating a lot of risk for the user on the other side. But just treading that balance and finding the ways that you can make it easier so that maybe, you know, Eric's grandma will never do that, but maybe Eric's brother will, or like some, or his sister or somebody else, you know. I think of my father-in-law. Like my father-in-law knows how to run his Coinbase account. Like he'll always tell me like, oh, I bought more sushi today because it was down. And so I think about like my father-in-law. I think of like, how can we design a product that my father-in-law can use? You know, he's a boomer. He's got lots of money. We want him to come and join us in this world for all the reasons. And so if we can design a product that fits him, then that, to me, that's the first step in getting DeFi for everybody. And then once we've kind of solved it for him, then we try and solve it for Eric's grandma next.
So it kind of sounds what you're talking about is Humble Swap. Pretty sure. So we're super excited. Chris, I don't know what we can say about Humble. All right, you know what, Jared, I'm gonna let you talk a little bit more on Humble for a minute here.
I think what we're talking about is the actual launch day of Humble. This is something that we've kind of like hemmed and hawed around to make sure that it was right. So today, exclusive, we're launching it Monday, March 28th. So mark your calendars. Humble Swap, Humble DeFi is coming. Get ready for it. So we're really excited about it. And I think if you've been in this room for a little while, I told you I joined this company a couple months ago, and I joined with the idea that I thought some of these people were smart, and they at least seemed smart on the outside. They wore glasses and used big words. But then actually like working side by side with Sandeep and Eric and Jay, I trust my own money on Humble is what I'm trying to say. Like I've seen the work that they've done. I've seen the speed at which they've fixed the bugs that we've found, and then we've gotten an audit that's come back with just like basically nothing in it to be fixed. And so all of these things make me confident in the technology behind it and the people behind it, and then the long-term vision of where we're going to take it. So Monday, March 28th.
Awesome. I know I'm super excited. And just to kind of echo your point, you know, I haven't been in the ecosystem for too long. I've been really about a year has been my experience, but kind of being able to see all the different players in the ecosystem. And it's something that I'm really proud about. And one of the reasons I joined the Humble team is because of the people behind it. I think we have an awesome crew. I'm super confident in the product as well. I mean, that's going to be my number one choice, and I know it sounds biased because I work for Humble, but it's honestly the truth. And I'm super excited. I don't know if anyone's been able to check out our roadmap. We have a whole bunch of really cool things coming throughout the year and into 2023, and I'm just super excited about the product. So let's see from here on, what's next? Excuse me?
Can I drop the URL humble.sh?
Humble.sh.
Humble.sh.
Yep. So we are still on testnet right now. So if you haven't checked us out, go there, get familiar with it. Like Jared said, we're going to be going live the 28th, so it can kind of get you a little familiar. It's very easy to use. That's something that I think is going to really set Humble apart. It's just the ease of use. You know, we want to be the Coinbase for DeFi. We want to be able to have Eric's grandma, newborn child, whoever it is, to be able to go on and earn like it's a Coinbase or like it's a TD Ameritrade. Do you have a question?
Yeah. I mean, speaking of setting like Humble setting itself apart, but mentioning Zaps, like what differs Humble from using Zaps?
So I think like I wouldn't differentiate them as separate things. I think like we're using things like Zaps to like make Humble better. And like, you know, I think that there's a couple ways to look at like how is Humble actually going to be different. I think the number one way is just like Web 2 best practices. I mean, like if you've ever been on like a large variety of Web 3 platforms, some of them are, I think, sometimes intentionally difficult to use. It's kind of like a design theme. It's like it's almost like the brutalist architecture, but like applied to like user interfaces. And so I think like simple things like tooltips, simple things like if you have an APR, like have a tooltip that says what makes that APR up, like how are you calculating that, what are the steps that you have to take. So those are kind of where we're starting with those kind of ideas of like Web 2 best practices. And then I think as we go along and as we're able to iterate, as we're able to use like user interviews and what users are doing on our platform as like a feedback loop to make it better, we'll start to find ways that we can tread that fine line of like we have to keep it to be a DeFi platform that's powerful that people won't graduate off of, but how do we then make it approachable at the same time? Does that answer your question? Yeah, like but also not, because one thing I've worried about is like I don't want Humble to be like the thing that people then feel like is like the Fisher Price version of DeFi, the baby version of DeFi. Yeah. And so I think like there's a way to do both. I think there's a way to kind of like make something like I think about, driving cars that were very powerful from like the 70s and 80s. It was like tons of power, but you just like couldn't put it down to the road. Like the tires would just spin. And then you fast forward to like to a car today where you've got things that have like launch control, where you've got like hundreds and hundreds of horsepower, but the computer knows how to apply that horsepower in exactly the right way to allow you to just launch forward as quickly as possible. So I think like I want to find the way for Humble to kind of have like the launch control for DeFi and allow you to experience that same power, but in a way that allows you to put it to the road.
And one thing too I want to highlight is so Humble Swap we're going to have live customer support, which I think is really important. I mean, even Coinbase, I'm sure a lot of you have had issues with Coinbase, and then you try to contact them, and it is the worst experience that you can go through. So that's another part of how we're trying to bring DeFi to everyone. Our customer success lead, Michelle, she's been awesome. She's been compiling every question in the book, and I think we're going to have a lot of tools that focus both on the new users, but then also for people who are intermediate, and then also I guess you'd say expert. There's a lot of different informational stuff and a lot of different opportunities, and I think it's going to be awesome. I don't know. I'm super excited. So
You talked about having a customer service support team. Does that mean someone who's using the Humble suite will be the custodian to their own keys, or does that mean Humble, the owner of those keys? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we're not custodian at all. It's completely decentralized, 100% everything. So, you still have to know how to operate a wallet and manage your keys to use Humble. Like we're not abstracting that level. You still have to know that. But other than that, we want to make it easy enough for my grandmother, doing some of the things that Jared's talked about. Oh gosh, yeah. No, from a customer support perspective, I mean, we do everything, and some of the stuff that we've seen even in beta has started out with like, how do I do this? What is a wallet? How do I get Algorand? All the way up to people doing trades, and your liquidity pool tokens have a strange name, and we fix that. I mean, we've been in beta now for like 2 months, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from users. And every time we iterate and do a release, like people are like, yay, fix that. Here's something else we'd like. And then so we really do focus on the user. And then the customer support infrastructure that's been put together for when we actually go mainnet is like nothing. There's very few cryptocurrency exchanges, no DeFi at all that doing live support that I know of. But
Yeah, sure. So our customer support actually, it's mainly like really hand holding and helping users. So right now, if I have a Coinbase account, right, and I have some login issue or something, I mean, there's nobody I can call. Basically, you send an email, they reply you back, and then you're like, okay, the issue is resolved. It takes a couple of days. And for me, it's a practical. I mean, last year when I was in India and I changed my phone and it came back to the US, my Coinbase account was blocked. And I had to do KYC all over again, even though I'm one of the legacy customer. From 2014, I have Coinbase account. So I literally had to like send them everything, and it took almost like 7 days for them to like fix my account, and then I had access to my funds. So when I was in India, I did not have access to my Coinbase account. I couldn't access that. And that's like, we're talking about a company that is now public, $200 billion worth, right? So here in Humble DeFi, when we talk about customer support, so if you have any issues, right, you're trying to kind of log into your wallet and you're trying to swap and you're trying to add liquidity into the pool. So any kind of that issue, our customer support will help you right away. They're there to help you. So you don't have to wait for 7 days to get any issue fixed. Yeah.
Only Algorand.
Okay, so it's just one token, several chains.
One governance token.
Yes, great.
Yeah, and we should be that'll be launched with our DAO. That's going to be probably, I think we have it on the roadmap for like early Q3.
June. Yeah.
So right around June.
End of June. Yeah.
Yep. And then this being a Reach conference, I'll call on you in 1 second. The one thing I did want to mention, and I wanted to make a little bit more of a big thing about it is, we are built on Reach. So we have a very big focus on security. We just got our audit back the other week. I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but we passed with flying colors. We had literally had 0 errors. So I think it really speaks to not only the team, but it also speaks to the Reach language and how great it is. So we want to make sure that we are providing a secure product for people to trade on.
Actually, those geniuses are sitting here. It's Jay and Chris Nevers. They are the one. I mean, really, they are the one who wrote the contract. So thanks to them.
Oh, and I was going to say, we're going to open source everything too. Soon. Hint, hint. It's not yet. Hint, hint. So before March 28th, it will be. That's for sure.
Okay.
For her, the browser-based one. The browser-based one for her, my algo, because she's not going to be able to use an app, right?
So it doesn't matter.
We're hopefully blockchain and wallet agnostic as much as we can be, and Web3 as much as we can. So, in anything we build.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. And I want to run to this gentleman right here because I know he was patiently waiting for a question.
When airdrop, when yield farm, right? Yeah, that's something that we're thinking a lot about. One of the things that we're trying to do as well, both in terms of like making the user interface better, is also figuring out what's the tokenomics structure that's going to be better too, because we've seen it over and over again where you've got these really exciting yield farming programs that attract a lot of liquidity, but as soon as rewards are gone, then all the liquidity flees away as well. And so one of the things we've been iterating on as a team is figuring out, what is the right style of tokenomics and rewards programs that's kind of a win-win for both groups. What's something that's going to attract liquidity and participation on our platform, but also not create that kind of like liquidity locust effect where someone comes in, slurps it up, and then leaves. We see this, and I think you got that from listening to Chris and Jay, and Evernote. If you remember Evernote, the app, they had this saying of like 100-year startup. And so I always loved that thought because it really changed the paradigm of like how long somebody's going to be around. And even somebody like a Uniswap, who's kind of like the dominant DEX in the world, they've only been around for a few years. They haven't even finished like their token emissions program. So I think like what happens when that runs out, right? Like what happens when emissions run out and you're just down to your inflationary schedule, or it's just out altogether, which SushiSwap, they voted to just shut off emissions after they reached their token cap. So we're really trying to build Humble for the long term is what I'm trying to say. And so looking at like what are the tokenomics and incentive models that look like they're providing long-term participation is something that's really top of mind. But at the same time, as someone who just like wants high APRs, like I want to be able to provide that too for everybody to come and participate with us.
Yeah, go for it.
Is HumbleDAO using an existing DAO framework, or did you guys roll your own?
We will be rolling our own. And it will be open source as well.
How does fund allocation work then? Fund as far as treasury management. So the treasury management, this is actually the tokenomics part about how we're going to get the fees into the actual treasury itself. We're still figuring that one out. Cool.
Right there.
So one thing, again, I think from the practical terms we need to talk about right now, it's 2022, right? So when we talk about finance, finance is all about money, right? Money is known as medium of exchange, store of value, right? And unit of account. These are three, main, like this is how you can define money. That's what it is, right? And it's always like, okay, money has to have some kind of intrinsic value, right? Uh, right now, when we talk about medium of exchange, right? If I'm buying a lunch or dinner, I am still using a fiat currency. It's not like like the merchant is accepting algos and I'm buying lunch with algos, right? Um, the idea of it means, yes, decentralized finance. If we talk about history of crypto in last 12 years, like 2008 when Bitcoin was invented, right? We are hearing about this, like, yes, this cryptocurrency gonna change the world. We gonna have this and that. So if you remember back in 2014, Coinbase even, they were trying to onboard so many merchants, and they brought like almost 80,000 merchants. That's a big number, right? Uh, that time, even I was doing one project and I was doing the same thing. If I'm getting my nails done, I'm literally saying like, I give you tip in Bitcoin, please accept a tip in Bitcoin. Like, I don't want to give you $5. I had done that. If I'm buying a lunch, I'm like, okay, I pay you the price of uh, you know, lunch in fiat, but my tip is in Bitcoin. Some accepted, some didn't accept it because for them, like, what are you talking about, right? I'm talking about 2014. So after 14 years, we may have thought by 2022, crypto would be something is like, medium of exchange, and we will be doing it like, frequently. That's still not the case, right? So far, crypto is more like we have built an asset class. It's new. It used to be your bonds and stocks. You can invest into it, right? And then you earn, interest, or, you make a profit or you lose whatever, right? Right now we have this another asset class, and this another asset class is crypto, which is kind of giving you good returns, right? So it is. So one thing, when we talk about, like when I was talking about dollar and the money as a medium of exchange, right? Our dollar is, again, we believe in it, means it has a value, and when I buy something, you accept that. So it comes back to a power of community. So one thing that we are seeing around, and that we cannot ignore the trend, right? This trend with millennial, with our generation, and with Gen Z, and even the next generation, their investments are heavily into crypto, right? So again gonna be, like something that will take time, not like gonna happen overnight. In the future, it may be something like, okay, we are using stable coin and it's all digital money and we exchanging with that, and right, something like that. But there are really some good practices in centralized finance that we do need into crypto, to make this a success as well. So, what I was saying earlier, like marriage between centralized and decentralized. Uh, and it may take 10 years, 15 or 20 years, we don't know. So in last 14 years, our improvement is only we have put another asset class. It's not like we are really using crypto as a medium of, currency as an exchange. I hope that answer your question. Yeah.
I'll just say cash is way more anonymous, so it's never going away. Yeah, users have asked for it, so it's on our roadmap. Yeah.
Thank you. So, like I was saying, is that taxes or like tax software or anything of that sort for Humble, is that it really wouldn't make sense to actually just give you like a spreadsheet of just your swaps on Humble Swap, because ideally you're doing way more than that. So we would have to build in a tax suite that would do multiple things, but at that point it's a whole completely new product, and maybe we build a brand new product. But I see that as something more than just Humble personally.
But isn't the basics of what people need is like, I came into this asset at this price and I came out of it at this price? On this date. Yeah, on this date. And isn't that like relatively contained actually?
I mean, I'm not a tax professional whatsoever, but this is not financial advice. But it's my understanding, as long as you keep it in crypto and you don't like actualize it, like you don't cash it out through Coinbase, you're not actually incurring.
It's if
That's not true.
Swap for more than it would be amazing if that were true.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Yeah. So it's just that what you just asked for is actually not difficult, period. So it's a small product that is more than Humble. So like it would just take a lot more. It would be a project into itself.
It is off the roadmap.
Say so. If anyone wants to learn Reach and make one themselves, so might as well. Yep. I'm sorry. God.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, just wanted to mention there's already some tax solutions on the market, like Coinly, but they're talking, so they're just going to go get in trouble.
Fair enough. Yeah, Coinly, it does. Yeah, it supports Algorand. We have another question.
Sure. Sure. Actually, that's kind of funny what you're asking. And honestly speaking, when I talk to my friends who are regulators at SEC, according to them, everything what we are doing in DeFi is a gray area. And that is the truth. When I worked at Circle Poloniex, I used to analyze, tokens that we are going to list on Poloniex exchange, right? And when we are listing a product on or token on an exchange, right? Our general counsel or our head of legal, there will be a straight email to all of us, means by so and so time you cannot trade this token. As an employee, you are restricted, and these are the rules. If you I had done SIE, security industry exam. So that's just like the basic practices in financial yeah, so in finance. So one thing about that is, it's very, very clear, according to that. Like right now, let's say we are launching Humble, right? And it's kind of joke between Eric and Jared and I, right? They both are like being a Dijon. They are like ready, and they would be like, yes, actually three of them. It's a gang. Yeah, it's three of them. So they are like, yes, we are launching Humble and we will have liquidity on the pool, right? We can start trading. And here I am in my head still thinking, that is insider trading, right? But that doesn't apply in DeFi right now. And I think that's what I'm talking about. Like in the future, it's just like really bringing good practices from centralized finance. Yeah, please go ahead, Jay. Yes. I'm just going to follow up with that, Jay. Leave the country and you're fine. So, that's what we've done traditionally in this market in the crypto space. You started a company and the lawyer said you can't do that here, and you moved to Switzerland or something like that. So, at some scale it makes sense. And yeah.
admittedly, our grandmothers are degens, and they teach us all kinds of crazy trades. I mean, they're
All right, last question. I'm gonna run it over here.
Uh, Actually, they, I mean, the impression that I'm getting from them, and of course, I kind of interact some of them being in New York City. The vibe is right now they're more like skeptical and not very comfortable. Um, and it's more because when it comes to like big hedge funds and like family office, they are even happy with their 10-12%, like APY. They're okay with that. They're very happy. They're like, yeah. But the thing is, what they really look for, they look for consistent returns, right? For them, something like 100%, 400%, and then that just drops to 25%. That doesn't look great on their portfolio, right? So they like consistency. So even though if it is only 12%, and that is more consistent and like linear, they like that. So that's one thing. And the second impression that I get, because for family office of hedge funds, and again, that's the security is a very big thing, right? In DeFi, everything is open source. And for them, like really putting that kind of money into open source and not have any counterparty, right? They just can't trust that. So exactly, yeah, yeah. So that's another thing they really seriously consider. Yeah, so that's kind of like the trend that I've seen so far. And it's just so far. It doesn't mean like that's gonna move forward. But again, I think that's where the education is really important. Like having that conversation with those people, explaining them the benefit, right? And then the experience and skill set that they bring in, right? Then really kind of I mean, this was something I know like my whole team knows about it. It was, I think, beginning of February. I attended a very small conference in Morgan Stanley, and there were like all these bankers, right? And I asked the same question. I'm like, what would it take you to adopt DeFi, right? There's this one trend that we cannot ignore, right? And there's a very simple, clear data. I mean, yes, Jared mentioned his father-in-law is a baby boomer, has loads of money, right? Baby boomer historically is the richest, class in human history. It's a truth, right? And according to analysis, in next 17 years, actually somewhere around $27 trillion will be moved from baby boomers to millennial and Gen Z. That is the biggest transfer of money in human history that's going to happen. But the way baby boomers invested, their investments are into real estate, right? Their investments are with RIA, right? You are a registered investment advisor, right? And you kind of trusted your money there. RIA is taking a cut, and then like, yes, that money they're kind of getting interest. So that's just like but with younger generation, the trend is completely different, right? The trust in crypto and the investment that's happening in crypto, you just can't ignore this trend. So it comes back to building products for this generation, right? We build the right products for this generation so that they can use. So that's also kind of a learning curve in that area. I know like it was like a long answer to your question, but yeah, I hope that helps. Yeah, thank you.
So one last thing I wanted to say too as well is I just want to encourage. I know there was a few other questions. We have a mixer at like 7 o'clock, I think it is, right? Yeah. So I encourage everyone to come by, talk with the team if you have any questions. We'd love to hear from you. So
yeah, thanks everyone.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks for the attention.
Good job. I appreciate it. All right, go home. We'll see what I'm talking about.
Thank you, guys. You guys crushed it. Good job. Yeah, just you and me. Yay. All right, so you heard it. There's a massive generational wealth transfer happening. So you know what that means? It's all going to you. Maybe. So today, Shanti and myself are going to be talking about the future of work in Web3 and what those opportunities look like. I'll start by having Shanti introduce herself.
I'm Shanti. I'm the Director of Operations at Reach.
Awesome. Shanti, thank you for joining me.
No problem.
So I wanted to start with having you briefly tell us about your journey into being employed by a blockchain company and what that looked like for you.
I would say my journey was not typical. I was pretty unqualified to be in this space, but I started off as an MBA student. I decided to do my MBA for a number of different reasons, but I went to a school that had a very well-known accelerator program called the Creative Destruction Lab. And that program basically incubates massively scalable tech and science startups. So I was really interested to become part of that program, mainly because I wanted to be paired with a blockchain startup. After working in international development for 10 years, where we were like managing really massive procurements, like $100, $200 million procurements, building health system strengthening programs where we were using USAID and government funding. There was a lot of resources that needed to be allocated to different places, different channels, and blockchain at the time, this was like 2015, 2016, was starting to be thought of as a way to help reduce wastage and also like mitigate some of the lack of transparency that we often see in the aid space. So I was curious, I was thinking about like my future and what I wanted to do. And I was like, I want to be in a position to be able to speak intelligently about tech and innovative solutions within the social impact space. And so I ended up pairing with Reach. And it was a very small company then, just Chris, Jay, and Dan, and I supported them for a year, and I ended up taking a job with them at Reach's nascency essentially, and helped to grow the company to what it is now, about 50 people.
So you went from being the fourth employee to to now evolving this space to almost 50 employees.
Yeah.
And how long?
It's been about a year. Yeah.
That's awesome. And also, I'm also a non-technical, and I think it's also really important to talk about the importance of careers and work in Web3 as a non-technical, especially for those watching. While there is a lot of value being a builder, I also do encourage every builder to, especially coming from a Web2 background, to come in, learn Reach, or learn some sort of development to come and continue to build on for this future that we're building, which is in blockchain. So I too come from a non-technical background, and I made my way into Web3 as a DGen. But my background was in management, hospitality management, events, and art dealing, art consulting. So NFTs were just a natural pivot. I was very skeptical, but went down the rabbit hole, did my research, and fell in love with what it could really do for the creative economy and how it could impact it and influence it in a positive way. I've always been sort of like a rebel, like bleep the gatekeepers, you know, self-sovereign ownership, like very much stand behind those sort of values. So this was just like such a natural pivot. I had no idea how I was going to get into the space, but I feel like I was pretty lucky to start doing research. And of course, I think through that research, my social media algorithms changed and I started using Twitter a lot. I actually found out about Kernel, which is a fellowship program that actually I believe Jay and Chris have both gone through. And I applied, got accepted, and I was a part of cohort block 3 and did this 8-week fellowship program that's very intention focused, principles based, but also leading you into understanding like the foundational concepts of blockchain, and also really asking the individuals getting into the space like why. And I think that that's super important for anyone considering getting in, is like why are you doing this? I always hear Chris talk about wanting to really change the world. And I think that's something really important, especially as a founder, is like having that intention that is really sincere and actually following through with that. So as you see, I mean, he's built this incredible company that is helping people. And I believe someone asked about the business model earlier. Like, it's not like we're selling you this product; it's actually open source. I really love that. And so, anyway, did that. And still didn't get a job out of it. Just met a lot of incredible people, had an incredible network. But then I started using Twitter again. One thing led to another, fell into a residency program called Creator Cabins. So I was a part of cohort 1 for that, lived in a 28-acre ranch with 3 strangers in the middle of actually just outside Austin, Texas. And it literally changed my life. One day I just decided, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to quit my job. I had like flipped an NFT for like an ETH and I was like, I'm going to make it. So actually that day I was just talking to our group and I decided, I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to be working at my job when I get back home. So that very same day, I actually got a text from an old friend and they reached out to me saying, hey, there's this blockchain company looking for a head of events. I think that's you. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's me. So one thing led to another, and here I am. Now I'm working full time in the Web3 space, consulting on projects outside of Reach. uh, and it's been an incredible journey. So I just really want to echo the importance of like understanding like what your talents and skills are as you're coming into the space so that you can come in and support other teams that are also trying to build incredible projects. So now I wanted to ask you, Shanti. So you're the head of operations right now at Reach, and you go through a lot of interviews, resumes, recruiting. You do it all, really. You're like our in-house HR, and that must be a really interesting position to be in because I mean we're growing so rapidly, but also this space is still so fresh, so new. A lot of people still don't fully understand the concepts of blockchain, but there are very talented people that can fill in certain gaps in which that we're looking for set positions, right? um I'm curious to hear more about like the sort of candidates that do apply for these positions and what struggles you're finding as like these applications come through your door.
Well, I would say at Reach, like we very much value, I think this might be the case for a lot of Web3 companies, but we very much value like someone's passion and their eagerness to stay with us as we grow and go through like the ups and downs of building a company, much more so than maybe like all of their like checking off every single box that we require in terms of like technical skill set and expertise. Like being able to find people that are like genuinely passionate about the Reach's vision and mission is like probably the number one criteria. But I mean, like, like we are the types of people that we're looking to hire is like across the board. as especially like as we grow our Reach Labs projects, we're starting to see, positions that we never thought about previously as being critical, as all of a sudden being extremely important. Like the need for an economist, for example, was never something that we ever talked about as being a need while we were building just the Reach core side. And now it's like one of the top priority roles is being able to have an economist that is going to be able to work closely with the product manager and really think about, like, for our NFT gaming ecosystem, like the play to earn models and all the economic models for Humble. So that's like a big new role that's become a priority, as well as having like a game theorist to work with them. So there's all these. So it's a learning experience for me because I think as the company grows and starts to produce products in these different verticals, we're starting to see a need for new talent, and they often do not have any experience in blockchain and DeFi and NFTs. So they're going to be coming in fresh and learning from scratch. And that's where I think a lot of companies like us being able to provide learning and curriculum and education opportunities, not just for our developers in our community, but our own staff is important.
That's awesome. So you talk about having to hire like an economist, someone who understands game theory, and those roles are still sort of not something that are mainstream. What positions are available, you think, in the space that are more in line with the current careers in the regular world currently?
Well, I think community is huge. If you Andrew is a good example. Andrew K. Kotulak, where is he? He's not here. But he's Andrew is a good example of him, like he had a finance job and he was able to gain a lot of community experience through Algonauts, through the Algorand community. And so I think people who have experience growing and nurturing communities from scratch, that's a huge need in Web3. And whether you do that through your full-time job or through like an extracurricular activity or commitment, it's equally valuable for us and I think a lot of Web3 communities. So community is huge. Partnerships and relationship building, that is another key aspect. I think for Humble, like we obviously need people to provide partnerships with institutional investors, but even on the Reach side, we're looking to, as we start to scale our enterprise version, the need to do partnerships with enterprises and other companies that are potentially going to use Reach in all of its different facets, whether it be the enterprise version or even just the open source ecosystem is going to be really important. So I see partnerships, relationship building, community as all areas that, people, whether in Web 2 or otherwise, their expertise is highly valuable for us.
And I'll add in there like marketing and branding. So things like that are also really important and relevant, right? Because you can build something, but if no one knows about it or can align it with anything, then there's not much of a chance for success. So, going with that, so we're talking a lot about careers and jobs, but there's also a lot of people who are very entrepreneurially driven or even like more of like a freelance sort of opportunity. Now, what kind of and also like even Reach, right? Like we talk about decentralization a lot, right? But we're still very much like a centralized company. Like we're still a company. We have an order of operations so that things are efficient and that they work. For someone who maybe wants to fully go all in, delve into that decentralized sort of world, what are the alternatives?
Yeah, I think that you're like an expert at this, but like being able to, this is going to be a learning experience for us as we like grow Humble and Alloy, our NFT gaming ecosystem, and then one day Monarch. Those companies will be spun off hopefully into DAOs. And so we are that is going to be a learning experience for us because how we structure those is going to be completely different than how we're structuring Reach. So I think you can probably speak more about like what it is like to work within a DAO, because that's completely different.
Yeah. So I would say like there hasn't necessarily been a DAO I've been super stoked about, but there's definitely opportunity for contribution across the board. And I think that was a really, yeah, that's a really good point. Like, so, and I'll just give my hot take real quick. So DAOs kind of suck in regards to getting stuff done. So, and the reason for that is because sometimes if there's no clear leadership, then it's a hot mess. So that could be problematic, which is why also I think having company structures makes sense. Although, as an alternative, okay, DAOs can be brilliant too because they constantly post bounties. So if there's a specific bounty and you say see it, you know you can contribute the solution, then it's easy for you to just apply, create your proposal, submit it, and then go ahead, execute once accepted, and get paid out at the end of that tunnel. So I think that's brilliant. Um, I would say also one of the other downsides, but there is also a solution, is like, okay, so not all DAOs have figured out how to implement like proper payroll or proper like health insurance, and that could be really difficult for anyone who's freelancing, right? Although I will shout out, there is a company called Opulus that allows you to basically be an independent contractor, and you can create like your own LLC and then get paid through them. And in some way also they take away like taxes to hold so that at the end of the year you're not just having to figure it out on your own. They also have the ability to provide you with like healthcare and things of that sort. But these are sort of problems. But I think in the future, it's going to be really exciting for those creators coming into the space because these solutions are being worked on. So if you are wanting to work with an organization rather than having to show up to an office every day, it could be quite exciting because DAOs can't really tell you what to do, when to do it. Because if you don't do it, then you're just not contributing to that and you probably won't get paid out because the autonomy within it hopefully doesn't pay you out because you didn't complete the work, right? Yeah, so those are my takes on that.
And I think like at least I mean I'm what I've seen is that there's like this push to have like kind of like little sub DAOs within larger DAOs that serve like functional purposes. That way you're not getting, you're getting people who actually are knowledgeable about a certain area speaking and voting and influencing, like whether it be marketing or community building. So maybe that's like a model that's going to help to address like the lack of efficiency and making sure that people who actually have the expertise to be commenting and influencing certain functions within within an organization.
Now, we also talked about this sort of learning curve for people who have yet to come into the space. Specifically for Reach, how do you basically go about helping people bridge that learning curve like faster and in an efficient way so that they are able to fulfill their duties within the company?
I think we can probably actually do a better job of this. Not that I think about it. I mean, for the engineers, they obviously have their own onboarding that they go through. All of our engineers, they learn Reach. I think Eric is experimenting with JP on what that's going to look like an official Reach onboarding for our employees. So that's something to look forward to because I think a lot of our engineers have been trained like ad hoc, like in a perhaps unstructured way. So it'll be nice to put that structure in place. For the rest of us, I mean, we have tried to do a lot of organic type activities. Like once a week, we meet as a team. We have these DGen Lunch and Learns where, they're all of the blockchain crypto experts within the company basically we have a Q&A with them, which has been awesome, extremely helpful. But a lot of it is through social media, attending Twitter Spaces, and learn like getting exposure to Chris and Jay and everyone else on the team, because I would say we have a good number of people that are pretty well versed in crypto, in NFTs and DAOs, and so we rely heavily on our internal team to kind of support new hires. But I do think that we can do a better job maybe of structuring, like Brandon was talking about, when you come into Reach, like, or when you join Reach, like, providing like some algos and being like, oh, go do these different things and accomplish these tasks, and just to like jump in and get familiar.
Yeah, I love that. Also, considering people are still familiarizing themselves with blockchain, how does one even go about finding a job in this space? Like, are you usually going out to like look for LinkedIn profiles that align with like someone who matches that role, or does it come more organically where people are applying for these positions?
I think it's been both. As our community grows, we start getting a lot of referrals, especially a lot of the engineer hires. A lot of the engineers that have applied, at least, have come because they've heard about Reach. And I think it's really exciting and rewarding to be able to see, oh, like, for more and more people are coming because they've heard about us somewhere through one of Chris's Twitter Spaces, through another developer, and so we're getting more of those applicants. But yeah, we work with recruiters, LinkedIn, but I think that as our presence grows, more people are just like intentionally looking for jobs at Reach.
What are the top 3 roles Reach is hiring for right now?
Oh, there's quite a few.
Just top 3.
The top, I think, we are hiring a product manager for Humble, and that is like a key need right now. What else? There's so many. We just hired an economist, but that was a huge need. We're hiring like a quality assurance engineer. So if you are one and interested or know one, you should talk to Eric. And
We're hiring an events planner if anyone wants to.
Are you trying to get rid of your job? She is our head of events. I don't know. I'm very
Alpha.
Jay.
So far, you guys have been talking about the presence of work in Web3 and your personal future, you and the audience, your future work in Web3. But I would like you guys to dream for a moment about what work in Web3 will look like in 5 to 10 years. So you said, oh, maybe working in a DAO could look like this. And I feel like you're struggling to try to fit working in a DAO with how they work today. But what is the dream of what it would be like to work in a DAO in Web3? And I think that talking about what we envision work being like and what Web3 could enable as a work environment would be a really interesting conversation.
Do you have a thought?
Well, to me, I would think like right now, people all over the world, they don't necessarily have access to certain job opportunities, or lack of transparent insight and information as to where these job opportunities exist. So I don't know how, but I would love for DAOs to be able to provide unprecedented opportunities for people all over the world, where like you don't need to come into an office, you don't need to travel, there's no need to, like, as long as you have internet access, being able to search for opportunities that meet your skill set and find an opportunity in Web3. Hopefully, I hope that this space makes it easier to do that.
So if I were to dream right now, my ideal vision of this would be like, well, so I'll explain why first. I think most people are really excited about joining the space, and they see like big numbers go up, and so it's again not understanding like the intention of like why they're jumping to the space, but more so seeing the success and wanting to take a leap of faith. Um, so a lot of people kind of get lost during that transition, and it could be problematic because then they fall into possible scams, rug pulls, and things of that sort. So in a better perfect world, the ideal would be to even create something like an learn to earn program as you're coming into the ecosystem, so that this is like the first step that you're taking to initiate that you are qualified to understanding the basics of, say, blockchain for one, understanding the basics of a certain role available that maybe aligns with your career. Think of like the Lambda School or other developer programs that are out there that allow you to come in and not pay the tuition until you get a job, right? Something similar to that would be really realistic, and could actually bring a lot more people into the space in a quicker manner. So I would say that as a first step, and doing a little bit of hand holding at the beginning, so that that person who does have the ambition to be in a, say, decentralized and autonomous organization is then able to have that proper onboarding. So creating that proper onboarding through one, education, and two, clearly defined goals or mission, being communicated to that member. Like, for example, a lot of DAOs are pretty open, right? So you can just buy a token to a DAO and you are now a member. Okay, so you hold this token, you join a Discord group, now what? The ideal would be, okay, cool. My whole welcome message has step 1, 2, and 3 of ways that I can contribute and become more involved. And through that, I can almost even find the exact position that I want or the exact sort of skills that I would like to contribute to that organization. So, for example, if I say I wanted to join Giveth DAO, they do a lot of actually, let's talk about Pizza DAO. Say I wanted to join Pizza DAO and I wanted to contribute this idea of bringing pizza to developers, right? And that was my mission, like feed the developers. So it'd be great if there was a clear way for me to understand what it took for me, one, have access to that treasury in a way where they would be funding the meals that we would be bringing to, say, the conferences and events. If there was either like some sort of like Notion page or landing page that clearly dictated how I could submit that proposal and essentially get to my goal, and then maybe lobby it within my community to ensure that it could happen based on the votes, because again, there's governance. And so if there were more clear structures of that, and again, I'm just explaining what's current, but in an ideal world, those steps would be so fluid where I would just go into a platform, submit it, and it would just happen or it won't happen. Because if it's an awful idea, then it shouldn't pass. I lost my train of thought there. Do you have something to add on?
Jay.
Can I jump in with 3 crazy work in Web3 ideas?
Go ahead.
Okay. So here are ways that Web3 can influence work in ways that I'm not saying are great ideas, but they're weird. And I think that thinking about weird things about what Web3 can enable is exciting. So, for example, you mentioned the Lambda School idea of you don't pay your tuition until you get the job. Imagine that you didn't pay tuition at all. Like right now, universities, they claim that they compete for students, but really, you as a student are competing to get the privilege of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars at that college, for instance. But we could imagine that instead what would happen is that you really sell your future income to the college, and they teach you for free. Well, they don't really teach you for free, but they teach you for 1% of everything you make for the rest of your life. And the only way that you can prove that you went to school there and learned anything is that you have to get your
salary through the smart contract that they launched on your behalf. So they're going to automatically get 1% of everything that you make. Now, of course, they have this very strong incentive to actually make sure that you get a good job and have valuable skills to maximize the revenue they're going to make from you for the rest of your life. So that is basically like selling a portion of you're basically making yourself a 1% slave to this people who is going to maximize your value when you're a young person. I think that many young people would take that up, and it would make it so that universities would actually have an incentive to teach you rather than I'm a university professor to have our incentive is basically to make our lives really easy and have boring office hours. So that's sort of one like really weird way to think about how Web3 could change work. Another idea that's kind of related to this is like many industrial organization people. For example, I think Jack Welch of General Electric is a sort of famous for this idea that a company should always fire 10% of its employees every single year. And the thing is that nobody likes firing anybody because they feel terrible about it. But perhaps companies would run better if they did, in fact, take this advice and fire the 10% worst performers. So perhaps a DAO would actually be a really efficiently run organization if it was mechanically mandated by the smart contract that controls the DAO that they have to fire 10%. Otherwise, the entire company would be liquidated. At that point, now the company is forced to identify who these people are, and they could essentially be a much more efficient organization. And I think that people would feel slightly better about this if they were being fired by a cute computer rather than fired by their manager, who really does actually like them. You know what I mean? What managers, they have this major problem, which is that they know it's in the best interest of the company to fire people. I'm not talking about any of my employees, by the way. They know it's in the best interest of the company to do this, but they just can't bring themselves to do it. So if they're forced to by the smart contract, it could drastically change the efficiency of companies.
That if you walk into a company knowing that a computer is going to make a decision to fire you or not, 10% of the employees, why would you even go into that company?
If you get the upside, right? So if you know that if the company is successful, that you're going to see some of the value there, then you actually want to be on the best team. You know what I mean? Like imagine that you are a football player. You don't want to be the best football player with a bunch of yokels on the team. You want to be with a whole bunch of other people who are also pulling their weight, being excellent. So I think that when we build an organization, those 10% of the bottom, this kind of attitude is what makes it so hard to fire people, because you really care about them and you become part of a team. But that is against the interest of many companies. By the way, remember I started off by saying these are crazy, weird ideas. I'm not saying that like we should do these tomorrow, but these are the sort of things that are not possible to build right now because the way that companies are organized prevent people from doing this. One last crazy idea. Oh, so you wanted to? Sure.
So let's just say that that were to actually happen. How would that begin to start singling out the bottom 10% to the point where they can't even get a job at an eventual point? Now, at the discretion, yes, that is their fault, but how does that begin to start affect poverty and people to the point where right now they could still technically get out of that sequence, but if it's automatic where a computer dictates that person is fired, and if that person continues to be fired, no one would hire them. So then how would that, yeah, what's your thoughts like that?
Big bad capitalist over here answering your question. If someone can't produce $15 an hour of value, then they cannot work for $15 at all, right? So if people continue getting fired because they cannot actually produce anything, then they don't have a job. They are receiving money from a charity that is called a company. And so that's just the hard facts of the world. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sure.
15 and 20% started becoming poverty, that ideology of socialism, and then
Yeah.
communism.
Yeah. There are very long run interesting consequences we can imagine. My personal feeling is that lots of people don't have jobs because somebody else who is doing that job that they could do poorly hasn't been fired yet. That's my opinion.
That wraps it. We're gonna. So we are gonna give everyone a 15-minute break. It looks like we're coming back at 5:20 p.m. Is it 5 already? Wow, it's crazy. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, so come back here at 5:20 and go hang out. There's still games in that room where we had our mixer yesterday. There's Jenga, arcade games, cards, chess. Anyone want to play chess? Let's go. All right.
Testing, testing. You can hear me?
Hello, hello.
Maybe we can get somebody to go. I know.
Oh yeah. Do we have to be within this? Yeah.
Don't do our step out.
That'll be fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, paste the outer ring.
You guys ready?
What
you guys say? I don't even know. All right.
Alrighty. Hello everybody. Welcome back. Woo! Yeah, all right, yeah. Keep that energy up. Hello. So we've got our NFTs and gaming panel. We're talking about just some of the stigma about crypto and blockchain technology in gaming. We have two industry vets here who will introduce themselves right now.
Check 1, 2.
Mic check. All right.
Hello.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Next slide, please.
People are coming through.
Who's got that? Thank you, sir. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Wallace. I'm Director of Gaming at Alloy. Alloy is being incubated from Reach Labs. So I've been in the game industry my whole career, 25 plus years. Worked primarily in the production path on both developer studio side as well as publisher side. And for the past 3 years, I've been Director of Product Management on a large video game platform company.
And I'm Chris Bernard. Been in the industry for a really long time, making lots of games. Basically, any kind of game you've played, I've made it in any genre except for board games. But other than that, yeah. I'm sorry? Halo 3. So next question. No. So yeah, just excited to be part of this thing. This is my 20 plus years of development. I haven't seen anything quite like this. Seen some things that are close, but this is pretty exciting what this whole decentralized thing and NFTs bring to this space. So we can do the next slide. Nobody needs to read about our conquests.
All right, so we're going to be talking about Alloy, NFTs, and crypto in gaming today.
We assume there's at least a couple gamers in here. People who've played some video games. Yes, we have. We don't need hands. We know you all have. So anyway, I'll turn this over to Mike in a second. But the reaction to NFTs has not been overwhelmingly positive. Gamers are an interesting bunch. I can say that because I am one, and I've been making a lot of content for gamers. And it's interesting. You would think that they would be very open-minded and all these things. They're very, very closed-minded in the sense of new things kind of scare them. They think that they won't be able to get in. Someone else will have an unfair advantage. All kinds of social stigmas attached to these things. So what we're trying to do is kind of take that, embrace it, and then win hearts and minds based upon an approach that as game developers we're bringing to this that we feel is an equitable solution to it, and something that can be very exciting, and things that if any of you are game developers, you'd be like, yep, that's cool, I want to be a part of this thing. So go ahead, Mike.
So these are a collection of some of the recent headlines from the gaming media when companies such as Square Enix, Sega, etc. Have announced that they are going to be doing NFTs in their games. Can you click once, Brandon? So Square Enix, of course, doubling down. They're like, we don't care what our players say. We're doing it anyway. But so what we want to do is, we understand. We understand where the gamers are coming from. We know the reasons. We believe we know the reasons why, and we'll break that down. Next one, please.
Yeah, one of the reasons being try to get a graphics card these days. So everyone blames that. on cryptocurrency, crypto bros, all of those things. They're a little bit angry about that.
Yep. So first and foremost, NFTs in gaming are really perceived as a scammy cash grab. Look no further than Ubisoft Quartz that released in October, November last year. Literally in Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six, it was let's just put NFTs in there. They literally for skins, operator skins, weapon skins, etc. These were already in the game. They did not need to make them NFTs. So it did not help. The discussion.
Things that is interesting is I can already get a skin in game. Why do I need this to be an NFT? It only works in your game. So that's kind of a harder sell when somebody already has an adverse reaction to it. So that type of model is what we looked at, and it kind of speaks to what any problem is with any digital thing you buy. Okay, so put it this way: if anyone's played an old online game that is no longer with us, and you've bought anything in that game, right? It could be a mobile game, could be anything. It's gone because that server no longer spins up. So everything that you purchased is kaput. You don't have it. So what does an NFT do? It doesn't go kaput. It can be transferred into other products. That's the value sell. I think that most of the developers right now don't really understand that relationship, or maybe they do, but their marketing or their messaging is really bad. Because if Square Enix said, okay, well, we're going to have this NFT and you can use it in this product, and this product, they haven't said that. They're like, we're going to make it for this one. Only what's the difference? I can just go and do a microtransaction. I have the same thing. So it's that understanding and real perception of value that I think they're not quite understanding, or at least aren't explaining it in a way that makes sense with gamers.
Right. Outside of the individual games, their NFTs are basically useless, is what Chris is trying to say. Right. I mean, even the true NFT games that are built around the NFT ecosystem, like the very, very poor graphically looking Pokemon inspired game Pixelmon, right? And then you saw what the art looked like. It was terrible. It raised $70 million. So again, doesn't help the discussion. But so let's I think we in the play to earn model, right? Everybody's heard about Axie Infinity. Not built by traditional game developers. That's okay. But the problem was it was ultimately a pyramid scheme, right? You had to bring in more and more players, because as players churned out their winnings or their earnings from the game, you needed to replace them over and over until the house of cards collapsed, right? So now they have to go back and revisit the whole central design.
Exactly. Another thing is the vaporware element of this. I don't know if you guys have seen, website after website saying, look at this awesome game. Go ahead and buy some NFTs for it. You got a video. You got a couple, examples of what the gameplay might be. But there's no roadmap. There's no, this thing is coming at this time. And as I said, it doesn't solve the problem. It's one game with these NFTs that you buy. Maybe you get some land or you get some sort of digital thing for it, but it doesn't exist outside of that one product. So it's kind of this interesting, the analogy is it's just a different form of microtransaction. Everyone's trying to get a land rush on it. So it has some hype, but it's not doing anything differently that players understand. So now I'm paying 3 times what I did for a GPU, and I'm not getting any extra value to anything that I can't already buy in another game. So that's the thing that I think is driving some of this adverse reaction as well.
So to that point as well, it's the loudest voice in the room, right? I mean, you go to the Reddit crowd, people will follow whoever is screaming the loudest about this. They'll talk about sustainability and climate change. Okay, yeah, we understand that. Primarily the NFTs are on ETH at this point, and we know the downsides of ETH. So yeah, that's another issue we have to face. Okay, so we touched on this a little bit. Assets in existing games, they're non-transferable outside of the game. They have a limited shelf life. If that game shuts down, if the servers get turned off, what have you, they're gone, right? It becomes a sunk cost for the players. The EULA TOS dilemma. What is EULA? It's end user license agreement, TOS terms of service. If you read those, who reads them, right? They're like the Declaration of Independence. So if you read those things, it basically says that anything in the game including for a subscription-based game, your ability to go in and play is leased or rented from the developer or publisher. So you as a player essentially are just paying for time. You're paying to rent the items until such a time as when the developers choose to sunset the game, essentially.
People still do it. Why? Because these games are fun. Because you make friends in these games. Because these games are great experiences. And read a recent study on people are buying and spending more money on experiences than they are tangible things. And I think that this falls in line with kind of what we're talking about here. And the thing that Alloy does, not only do we provide great product, we also provide this kind of community that doesn't really exist outside of some of these DAOs that we've talked about, mostly in finance and these other things. If we bring that into a gaming culture, it can be really powerful, and we're pretty excited about that. So,
and then yeah, lack of real player ownership, of course, because you're just renting or leasing. Okay, so the true problem set. So we believe, right? So as product managers, we kind of have to distill all of these voices and kind of look at what is the core problem, right? And we believe that the core problem set is that players have no true ownership over their items, whether it's items you get from a loot box in Overwatch, right? Maybe you get a skin, you get an icon, you get an emote, or what have you. They can only use that until the game shuts down, right? Can't transfer it outside. No ability to transfer their assets, right? I can't sell to you. I can't give it away to you because it's stuck on your own person. Latecomers are at a disadvantage, right? The people that are going to make the money are all the first movers, the ones who get in early. And then sustainability. I put a question mark there. Because I'm not sure if it is truly the loudest voice. Maybe they're just listening to the loudest voice, and because of the GPU problem and perceived climate change issues that people are just kind of aping or parroting that line of thinking. So what we aim to do at Alloy is we want to essentially crack the equity problem in gaming by building a platform that allows, built on blockchain, that allows true interoperability of NFTs from game to game to game. So if you buy an NFT, you can move it to that first-person shooter game, or you can move it to that racing game, or that collectible card game. And it's not in a sense of like, if you buy it for a first-person shooter game, maybe it's a weapon skin, right? Obviously, if you go to a racing game, you're not going to need a weapon skin, but maybe it becomes a car skin or a turbo boost or tires that give you better traction or something. We are working with a number of developers who are super psyched about this technology that we're putting together to allow the developers to really create and realize each NFT in their game based upon their own game design, right? It gives their own creativity, and we're not putting a whole lot of restrictions on this. Like if you're a game developer, you've used Xbox or submitted to Xbox, Sony, or Nintendo, there's a whole list of TCRs that you have to follow. So we are not doing that.
The cool thing about this as well is the power is in the developer's hands to understand, hey, that we're bringing an NFT here in. What are the things that we can do to make this shine based upon the NFT that's being brought in? It doesn't have to give an advantage in the game. It could be a skin, it could be this, it could be that. So what that does for the developer is it allows them to say, okay, let's take a step back. We've got some resources here, and we can do X, Y, and Z for this particular NFT that's coming in. Another thing that comes in is from the gamer side, you have this, you get this one NFT, or you got these 3 NFTs. That's not 3 games. That's every game on our platform can handle those 3 NFTs. So you're going to look at games differently. You're going to look at games in the sense of that looks fun, but oh my gosh, I'm going to read my NFT, and what is that going to do for it? So it's this kind of cool voyage of discovery plus this partnership with the devs to deliver on the promise of, hey, I'm going to bring this NFT in. Instead of this highly focused, okay, there's a space game and it sells this ship and it sells this. We still offer the ability to come in and get some NFTs on an a la carte basis, but for the most part, once you have that doesn't just equal this ship. It can in a space game, but then, as Mike said, if you go into an FPS, it could be a gun, it could be whatever the developer is going to put together, and then it becomes a nice balanced approach to your entertainment. And you go in and you play. You don't have to either. You can play the games without bringing an NFT in. But if you do decide to bring it in, it adds a particular set of functionality or aesthetics or whatever it is, and you go in and you have some good times.
Thank you. So we really look at Alloy with three legs essentially: for you, by you, about you. So for gamers, for developers, and for content creators. So essentially, we are looking for quality games, right? We're looking for games that can showcase the NFTs in different ways. We're not looking for NFT games. We are looking for quality games, because at the end of the day, people are going to play a game not because it has an NFT component in it, but because it's fun, right? I mean, time and time again, decade upon decade of games, people will play games that look great, but if they're not fun, they will churn out super fast. So first and foremost, quality games that are fun. Interoperability of NFTs. Another benefit for players: interoperability NFTs with cross-game utility, right? We talked about this quite a bit, moving the ability to move your loot or your trove, as Chris likes to say, from basically your inventory from game to game to game, and have it function because it's you bought it, you own it, you should make use of it. Along with that, the ability to loan, rent, copy, sell, trade your loot. Much further down the road, we're having the ability to like make copies of your NFTs, to be able to level up your NFTs, to customize your NFTs, and really kind of build them out. And then the games that we are targeting for the platform initially are all proven developers that have built games on mobile, PC, any console. And so, again, devs that have the experience, that because our target for Alloy, I should have called this out at the beginning, our target is essentially the mainstream gamer, right? It is players who are familiar with Steam or Epic Store, or play on mobile, or or on their console. Maybe not yet Jay's grandma or Jay's mom, but soon, right? And as such, as we are building an NFT marketplace, et cetera, we are also building everything that will support that, but designed for the mainstream, right? Which includes a wallet, the ability to view and sell your, to view your NFTs, to be able to purchase and sell the tokens within our ecosystem. And then we also will plan further down the road to create a DAO. This is actually a super interesting component of Alloy, because the DAO revenue will be put back into the DAO, which then the players can vote on which projects they want the DAO to fund. So if there are game projects that devs are saying, hey, here's my white paper, or here's my game design, I just need some funding, right? What do? Well, right now, maybe they beg their parents or their friends or what have you, or they go to Kickstarter and fail a couple times and maybe get some money, and maybe if they're lucky, get a very small portion of the game out. But now with Alloy, they'll be able to pitch essentially the DAO. And if they're good at social media and good at building communities, their community, the owners of the DAO, can then vote to support that project. So that's a really exciting aspect of Alloy that we are looking forward to.
And one thing to touch on is game developers that we are approaching. We're not looking for NFT experts. We're looking for awesome games. And so when they're like, yeah, we got this game, and we've talked to them, and they're like, I don't know what an NFT will do. And we explain, you can do anything you would like it to do, but it doesn't have to do X, Y, or Z. And letting them understand that the resource cost on their end is not exponential. And then looking at it and going, yes, these things can coexist, and these players can come in, and it can be something really cool, but it doesn't change the fundamental core value and fun of the product. Once they get over that kind of hump there, then they understand. They're like, why didn't I think of that? Like how can I be a part of this thing? So we're getting great response from devs. First, they're kind of like, okay, this might cost something. Then we explain that isn't going to cost that much, or it will be something that is well within the resources that you already have, then they're excited about it. So, getting a game that comes in that is just, this game looks awesome, we're like, we want that one, instead of going, we like that one, but it doesn't fit in the model of, well, we can't sell land in it. Oh, well, we can't have a little sword that goes all the way to the end. That's not our mindset. So that's an important thing, because it's a big distinction as to what the other competitors are doing right now. We feel they're doing it wrong. So.
Okay, so for developers, the next leg of our stool, low platform fees, right? If anybody's ever published a game on Steam, sold anything on Steam, 30%. They take 30%. App Store, iOS App Store, Google Play Store, 30%. Epic Store is a little bit better, 15%. So we're looking at probably 5 to 8% for platform fees, and which will result in developers earning a higher percentage of revenue from their products. They'll have a more invested player base, right? Because everybody within the Alloy ecosystem is probably there because they already have some sort of, I mean, yes, they are there for the games, but they're captured in the sense within the ecosystem because they already have the inventory. They have the items that they have spent on. And again, if they wanted to churn out of the whole ecosystem, they could just put everything up for sale and sell it. But because they have a more invested player base, they are more liable to spend money and also stay within your games longer. Platform grants to fund game development. Some of our initial products that we're bringing to market are essentially grants, are funded by grants, and this is not like developers coming to us and saying, hey, we need some money, and a VC says, okay, we'll take 35% of your company for this amount of money, right? So there's 0% equity exchange there. So that's super exciting. And then additional services. So another huge aspect that we are really trying to push at Alloy is we are trying to provide additional value-added services for our platform, right? Because developers can go to a place like Steam and they get a ton of eyeballs, right? Steam has something like 35 million DAU, daily active users. But it's super hard to get discovered on Steam, right? One thing that we're looking at on the Alloy side is we're looking to provide our devs with suite of products that will help them with analytics, analyzing their analytics, users, what items are being spent, what the monetization looks like, social media outlet management, one blast broadcast to Twitter, Facebook, et cetera, a content creator management tool. So we are in the process of closing a deal with a company that basically will allow devs to manage social media around their product. They can find out which streamers with how many followers have broadcast your game with your hashtag for how long, in what days of the week. So it's really exciting because you can see which ones are providing the most eyeballs into your game, and then you could do outreach to that streamer and say, hey, what if we gave you some codes to to have you give away, because you've got a great captured audience, you seem to like the game because you're talking about it a lot, and so we think that's going to be super powerful to help our developers really grow their community and discovery. Anything else on that? Okay, cool. And then, for the third leg of the stool is essentially for everyone. In this case, we're talking about the content creators here. So, our NFTs and the blockchain is built on Algorand, right? We're all fans of Algorand here. So sustainable, low cost, energy efficient, et cetera, which should hopefully address the sustainability question. But then also, and I mentioned before, deep integration with a creator ecosystem. Game discovery today, the most important thing is influencers. And we want to give our developers a leg up in that regard. And we're going to have deep integration with Twitch, YouTube gaming, Facebook gaming, et cetera. So Alloy, a platform for games, for gamers, developers, content creators. If we didn't tell them this was built on blockchain, they would not know. So that's what Alloy aims to be. And here's our roadmap. Chris, do you want to talk to that?
Roadmap, it's real small. It's just kind of how we're going through with the platform, putting it together. We're starting to define and start to refine how the NFTs are working. It's still a work in progress because it's almost limitless as to what we can do. So kind of looking at it from the developer standpoint of it's limitless, okay, but I still have to, artists and these things, what kind of resource costs are they going to be? Whatever you'd like to throw at it. So we're talking with developers who are excited about it and showing them here's how easy it could be, or here's how exorbitant it can be. It really comes down to what's the value add that you're providing to a person who's going to buy your product, who has an NFT and wants to take a spin. So those talks are going on. We've talked with some pretty awesome developers. I don't know if you guys have seen any of the websites that have kind of talked about some of the games that are coming out. Very loose. They don't have a whole lot of information about that. We've got some games which we can't talk about right now, but they're different. How many do we have total right now, Mark?
So we have currently we have 8 developers that are signed up to release games by Q3, Q4 this year. But we've actually had a lot more interest. We've kind of paused the discussions because we need to wrap up some of this stuff first. And we are also building, Chris is driving a demo with an engineer to essentially showcase what the interoperability of the NFTs could look like. Because as he was saying earlier, this is the #1 question that developers are asking us. They're like, we're not really sure how it's going to work. And so this way we'll be able to crystallize it for them.
And what does that mean? I mean, roadmap. We're building our platform. We hope to have it up in somewhat operational MVP shape towards Q4. But going with the interoperability, it can be, as you said, think of it this way. I'm playing a game and I've got my NFT in, and depending upon the NFTs in our model, will probably have a rarity base to them. So when you go in, you can get basically you get a common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. And what does that mean per game? What happens? It can be content unlock. It can be visual changes. It can be you get a different boss, either by looks or it's a boss that shows up at the end of this game if the game has bosses. Things like that. It's kind of anything that the developer wants to throw at it. So what we do is we're not super prescriptive with that. We kind of give them guidelines. And so what this prototype or demo, whatever you want to call it, is going to go through is we'll show, the way that these things will work in a version that is non-NFT. And then you bring it in this NFT and it can do these things. And you bring in a different one and it can do these things. So we're pretty excited about that. It gives a lot of clarity as to what the expectations can be, which we're kind of seeing in the competitor space. Oh, this is going to be awesome. But how is that going to function in my moment-to-moment gameplay element? Kind of hard to tell. So we want to crystallize that so people can say, oh, I have to be a part of this thing. Not only does it work this, okay, this is this game that it does it. What does it do in this other game? And then what does it do in this other game? So that interoperability is our competitive advantage.
So I think over the next 6 weeks or so, we'll have much more information, website, landing page, email capture, et cetera. And then probably release some information about Alloy. Thank you.
One or two questions, please.
Russ, you had your hand up early on. What's up?
Yeah, just curious about your, so like if you're like an iOS or Android app developer, normally you deploy to the stores, but then you're saying we could also deploy to you, and somehow you would handle both iOS and Android in your platform, or how does that work exactly?
Good question. Eric, I'm going to pass this to you because you may know since you're the head of engineering.
What's the question?
Yes. Deploying like apps, like deploying apps to the stores typically is what a developer would do, Google Play or so how does it work with this platform? Do you submit those apps, both of those to you? You handle both iOS and Android and all the platforms?
Publishers will just publish their apps as they do them, and they'll still have to follow App Store rules in the app stores. But transactions can still occur outside the app stores as long as, I guess, they don't happen on the app. So developers are just gonna do the same kind of thing. Otherwise, they do owe the 30% if they do a transaction on an app, right? So they just have to follow the rules.
Okay, I'm lost a little bit in terms of the platform.
So what you're asking here is that we have our own platform, the portal. Think of it like Steam, right? Now Steam is good for desktop and Linux and Mac applications, but the way that the entire protocol works is that the NFT can be interoperable with any type of application. So mobile applications will still be launching on their own app stores, but there will be a mobile SDK and a desktop SDK that feed on the same ledger. And the ledger is the actual central source of truth. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so yes, that's how that works.
So we don't yet know what Apple or Google in this example, how they are going to, feel about NFTs and blockchain gaming on their platforms. They haven't clearly said yet, but I think that will, over the next 6, 8, 12 months, they'll probably be forced to make a decision one way or another.
I want to say thank you for the talk. This is a very fascinating subject to me. I'm an indie game developer myself, so I probably have a million questions. So I'd love to talk to you later. One of the questions I have is, how does this compare to the engine token? So one of the functionalities of that token is you can sort of inject value into the NFTs by sort of encapsulating engine coins into the NFT itself that's used within games, and the NFTs can be then later liquidated back into engine tokens. Is there something like that, or is it more of just like anyone can kind of create an NFT and it's not necessarily pegged to a token?
So the platform, I'm not too familiar with Engine Coin, but the platform will be the ones we will be minting the official NFTs. Games can also have their own NFTs, but they won't be interoperable. They will be within their own game, right? So whether they choose to do that or not is another thing. But we will also have a utility token named TBD. But that utility token players can use to purchase games, make in-app purchases, to level up their NFTs, to maybe rent or buy NFTs if they had enough of these tokens. But we will have essentially the NFTs, we'll have the utility token, and then ultimately we'll have a DAO token as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more a little later. Maybe
Yeah, we'll be at the mixer.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Great. What a wonderful presentation. Next up, we have Sandeep presenting DeFi versus CeFi.
Thanks, everyone. So all of you know me now. In this presentation, actually, now I have less time what I was assigned. So I'm going to quickly go over some of the slides. And what I'm really going to cover, first, I'm going to give you a sneak peek about centralized finance, the way pace of our centralized finance, how it moved, then difference between centralized finance and decentralized finance, the problems and challenges we see in centralized finance, then some of the projects in decentralized finance solving those problems, and of course, risk associated with decentralized finance, and what's our conclusion. So that's the storyline. Yes, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so there was one more before this. Okay. Yes, this one, yes. So this is just for fun. I want to show you one thing. This is actually a note from 1873, almost 150 years ago. When through Western Union, $300 were transferred. And if you see that time, the total cost was $309.34. So almost 3% fee on $300 transfer. After 150 years, today, when we do transaction, right, like when we use Visa or MasterCard, it still costs us 3%. So that's the reality. And if we talk about remittance, the fee is even more, 5 to 6%. So that shows us how much improvement we have made in 150 years. Go to the next slide. No, yes, this one. Here, just like in the last century, if we look at pace of innovation in the last century, so in 1950, we had credit cards. That was the first time it was issued as a diner card. Then 1967, Barclays, they came out with the first ATM, right? Then 1983, we had telephone banking, right? Then in 1994, we had internet banking. And I'm just going to skip the other two, but Apple Pay in 2014. So this is how technology in finance, especially moving when we talk about pace, right? In last century, this is where we are now. Okay. This is very high level on centralized finance. This is like every day the way we are transacting, right? If I want to purchase something, right? Okay, as a sender, I have my bank account, let's say it's a Chase Bank, right? They issue me Visa or MasterCard, right? Then if I'm buying that lunch from someone, the merchant, right? It goes to their bank account and then they receive the money. This is just very like a traditional exchange of transfer of money or exchange of currency. Go to the next slide. Yes. Actually, when it comes to financial sector, there's a lot more, and this is just like literally like tip of the iceberg. And I put into 9 sectors. Currency, medium of exchange, and I will talk about one by one on this. So currency, medium of exchange. In traditional finance, this is US dollar, pound, euro, right? Japanese yen. And in DeFi, we have very similar medium of exchange, which is Ethereum, Algo, BTC, USDC, USDC. When we talk about assets, in centralized finance, in traditional finance, our existing assets are equity. You have a centralized company, they issue stocks and shares. When it comes to bonds, government, they issue US Treasury bonds. That's how the supply of money right now. We know that during COVID, our government, they issued through Treasury bond, they issued literally $4 trillion into our economy. And then we have sovereign bonds and corporate bonds. This is like a very traditional assets we see in traditional finance. In decentralized finance, the new asset class we see, that is DAI, compound lending, and year finance, right? These are the new components we see. Next one. Now it comes to where do we keep our assets? In traditional finance, very simple thing, right? And we have our bank accounts. So Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. We are also doing fintech banking. This is kind of becoming a thing, and it is actually becoming very big thing because banks, traditional banks, they move in a very slow pace, and they desperately need help at the technology side. So they are partnering with fintechs, and this is like a trend you see these days. They are like all these big banks partnering with fintechs. Fintech is bringing the technology. Fintech doesn't have the resources to kind of deal with compliance and regulation, and that's a very expensive thing to deal with. But banks, they already have it, so it's like a smart thing to do, right? As a technologist, as a fintech, you bring the technology. Banks, they have the system already in place, and then they cooperate. And I think one of the very famous example we see is Blade, right? That's like a very famous product. So fintech banking is also becoming a famous thing now. When we talk about exchanges, right? Traditional finance, NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Shanghai Stock Exchange. This is also a story when Microsoft, they were going public, New York Stock Exchange, they did not accept them because they have certain criteria, right? They only accept certain companies, and they went to NASDAQ. But at decentralized exchange, we have exchanges, of course, Humble DeFi, Uniswap, Pancake, and Radium. So this is like the comparison we see between centralized and decentralized exchanges. In lending and borrowing sector, traditional finance, if you want a student loan, you want a mortgage loan, you want a car loan, right? Any kind of loan, very simple thing. You go to the bank, you get that loan from them. In decentralized finance, now the new platform that's like Aave, Maker, Compound, they are building products in lending and borrowing, ecosystem. Next one. Yep. Derivatives, actually, this is a very big market, and there's so much opportunity right here. Traditional finance, these are the derivative: future contracts, options, interest rates, structured notes. So there's so much to do here. And in DeFi, yes, some of these projects, they kind of coming up with DeFi derivatives like synthetics, OP, FTX, but there's so much to explore in this. And of course, there are like many risks involved as well, but I think this is a very big opportunity. And funds portfolio, traditional finance, we have our ETFs, right? Commodity ETFs, if we talk about like silver, gold, like SLV, UNG, USO, right? Gas and oil. Mutual funds, hedge funds, municipal funds. So these are like, again, as a traditional institute, they will have loads of money and they will invest into these portfolio. Their portfolio will be invested into these kind of instruments, and they have like consistent return. If you're a very conservative investor, yeah, ETF is like a very smart thing to trade, right? DeFi portfolio, in DeFi actually, Balancer and Pi DAO, they kind of trying to come up with that kind of model, like funds portfolio. They're providing that kind of product. So that was quite interesting to see. Next one. In insurance industry, traditional finance, we have AIG, we have Prudential, we have Aviva, and DeFi insurance, this is what I could find, Nexus Mutual and Ithrisk. And if you remember, during subprime crash, 2008, when mortgage-backed securities, like that scam happened, right? AIG, their I think stock price was somewhere around like $2, right? That literally dropped because AIG was the one, they had to pay the fee. They had to pay the bill. So that's another like a very big industry. And this is just beyond finance. I put it just like that. In traditional finance, of course, auctions and prediction market and betting market, like this is another thing. And DeFi, some of these projects like Augur, NFT, they are kind of building products. Augur, they're doing the prediction market product. So that's like another sector we can consider. Yeah. And these are like the common challenges we see in traditional finance. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so centralized control. I think this is very like known. We all already know it. I mean, banks, they control fees and rates, right? Also, consumer businesses, they literally have to deal with a single localized bank. I mean, where I live, if my bank account is in certain bank, I just deal with them. It's not like I have a liberty to choose and move like internationally. Next one. Limited access. I think I spoke about that on my panel. I mean, about small businesses, they don't kind of get a chance to get like a small loan and then end up paying very high credit card fee, like 25%, 20%. And here are like very like high level, some of the inefficiencies we can talk about. Credit card fee, 3%. I showed you the example. Remittance fee, 5 to 7%. Stock settlement, T+2. Actually, my friend, I haven't checked it, but one of my friend was telling last week, because Biden, he made an announcement of an executive order. So now there's an improvement. So stock settlement can be T+1. So it still take like 1 day, but this is an improvement. And another one is lack of security. I mean, this is where I think banks, they put loads of money. Cybersecurity is a serious issue for every financial institute. And cybersecurity is one of that industry that's historically underemployed. It's just there's like so much demand, but so less talent available. And this is, again, I think when it comes to finance, like these two things, cybersecurity and compliance, that's the most expensive thing. Direct and indirect brokerage fees. This is another really big challenge. I mean, you go to Robinhood, you think like, oh, there's a no fee kind of a thing, but there's so many hidden fees. And SEC, they would like to see those fees, means because as a institute, you're charging those fees to your investors, right? And under Security Exchange Act, like 1933, under that act, and that, of course, that is in favor of investor, means investor must be protected, right? And that happened after 1930 during that depression. So that was that the purpose of that act was really to protect the investors, right? So again, it comes to like when we talk about those brokerage fees, those are like they're very hidden fees, and that is another cost added, and that's an inefficiency. Um, we can go to the next one. And lack of interoperability, we know that wire transfer still takes 3 days, right, to complete, and it's really hard moving asset from one institute to another institute. Something we deal every single day in our life. And if we don't know, we have, yes, our money deposited into the bank, but we don't know the health of that bank, right? And under FDIC, we are only secure $250,000. So if you have money in your bank account and you are secured up to that limit, so that's like another issue because there's no transparency, there's no clarity. We really don't know like how these banks are operating and what is their health. So these are like the famous, problems. Now comes to DeFi, what DeFi has to offer. And just for the scope of this presentation, rather than going over all the 9 sectors and the 5 problems I listed, I'm just only going to share about these 3 problems, like these 3: lending and borrowing, exchanges and derivatives. How in crypto, we are in DeFi, we're coming up with solutions. So in lending borrowing, I think some of the really good projects are MakerDAO for sure, Aave, Compound. They are kind of addressing that. And you can see like in traditional finance, like every problem that we have right now, DeFi actually solves that and kind of trying to tackle that. It's not the final solution. Of course, it has its own risks and it will be improved over time. So I'm not going to go over on all these 5, but just like to highlight one, when we talk about inefficiencies, right? Acquiring a loan involves cost of time and money. That's a very lengthy process. But in MakerDAO, again, instant liquidity at the push of a button with minimal transaction cost, that is doable. So that's, I think, that already puts it ahead. The next one, decentralized exchange. I mean, yes, we have so many solutions, right? Like Humble, Uniswap, Radium, all these DEXs are coming up with their own solution. So again, you can see the comparison. And I'm just going to point this one, limited access. So the best investment opportunities and return from liquidity providing are restricted to large institute, which is very true because when it comes to trading, you are like trading on OTC desk, literally $1 billion of trades are happening. Even our Forex market is so huge, right? Per day volume on Forex market is $6.6 trillion. That's the biggest market, right? But again, all of that is very limited. There's like restriction, if you have certain amount of money, only then you can open a brokerage account. But I mean, here in DeFi, I mean, because it gives access to anyone, so anyone can become a liquidity provider. Anyone can earn fees on their pools. So that adds, a lot of value. So someone even with $500, $1,000 can start trading and play around, right, and grow their portfolio. And so in derivatives, synthetic is a very big solution. When I say big solution. It like I think they are kind of coming up with the good approach, and their product is pretty good addressing these 5 issues. So one is opacity, right? Lack of transparency in traditional derivative market. I mean, we know that. I mean, if like we just only talk about options, right? And you are buying calls and buying put, like it depends on like you're long on the stock or you're short on the stock. So from looking at from that perspective, again, there's like so much that's just hidden, and it's not really very transparent. And in DeFi, one of the advantages, all protocol-based projects and features are transparent, funded, and voted upon by DAO. So that adds a very good value there. Next slide. Yeah. So yes, we can see that decentralized finance offer many advantages. It does solve so many problems we have in traditional finance, right? But it has its own risks as well. And some of like the very known risk, I mean, there are like, of course, many more than this, but I only put 4 here. And smart contract and scaling. I mean, how many times we see that exchanges get hacked, right? When we talk about just even recently, 2 months ago, an Algorand, Tiny Man, exchange that got hacked. So that's again, and these kind of events make institution uncomfortable to come to DeFi and put loads of money when that money is open source. And that's why they're like, no, we want to have a counterpart. If you talk to a hedge fund, they're like, there's no way they want to manage their, private keys. So these are like very, known issues. Next one on governance. This is again, I think very well everybody familiar in March 2021, right? Stablecoin TST, they come under attack, and somebody like literally 11.8 billion coins minted and sold by a hacker. So one person literally acquired a majority of liquid governance token to gain control of the protocol and steal funds. That is a serious problem. We talk about proof of stake. We talk about, yes, with voting, yes, we are kind of, this is a solution, but there are risks associated with it as well. So we definitely have to address these kind of problems. Next is custody. I think I already shared. Hedge funds are uncomfortable managing their own private keys. So right now, these are 3 ways we are kind of using like for custody. One is self-storage ledger, right? And for when it comes to self-storage, there was, I think, a very famous story ran by New York Times. Somebody had almost $220 million worth of Bitcoin in their private wallet, forgot the password, and he had 10 attempts, and 8 times he already tried. So he had only 2 times left. So again, something we have to consider. These wallets like MyAlgo, blockchain, again, we hear that these even, wallets kind of get hacked as well. And third-party custody, it comes back to, yes, Coinbase managing your keys. If you don't own your own keys, you don't own your crypto. Very kind of famous thing to know. And regulatory risk, I don't want to talk like everything about it, but regulatory risk, I mean, we know that like, they're very clearly saying it's a gray area. So when they say gray area, because in DeFi, when we talk about DAO and securities and voting rights, so in centralized finance too, when you have a company, you issue stocks. So if you are a common shareholder, right, you have the voting rights. There is the thing called proxy voting. Investors, they can, vote on that. So generally that voting is on security. So that's where it's like still a gray area. And I think this thing has to really mature a lot. And the final, my take on DeFi is if it's going to make it or not. I myself is very bullish on blockchain and on DeFi. I certainly believe in technology, and I believe there are some serious problems that we as leaders of this industry have to solve, come up with better products, better solution. It is a complete rebuild from the bottom up, and finance has to become accessible to all. Yes, the technology is nascent, but it has, it is very promising as well. So all of you, you kind of like got a very high level sneak peek about centralized finance, and you see that how many problems are there. So I think all of you as a builder, it's our responsibility to build products. We have Reach platform, right? And we can build these products and solve these serious problems with traditional finance. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yes, and I have a lot more information than this. So yeah, I'll email you. Yeah, surely. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Last one. This is a little bit of my baby because it was my idea. It's one of my favorite things that we've done at Reach is this series of Better on Blockchain. This came out of an argument. It's watching the dynamic between Jay and Chris is probably one of my favorite things about the company and about our leadership. Either one of them by themselves, obviously very wonderful, but there is this power of the two of them together. And when we've been together, they often argue or talk about and have these great vigorous debates about really random things. And so I said, you know what? I wish I was recording this. And so we came up with this idea of Better on Blockchain, where they take some of these concepts and they say, okay, this is what it would look like. I don't know if you know this about either, but they're pretty confident guys. So, they've challenged us a number of times. Recently we had a dinner and Chris said, okay, tell me anything and I'll make it better on blockchain. And I'll figure out how blockchain is going to relate to that topic. So we're going to attempt that here tonight in person.
I think I did a good job that night, by the way.
You did a good job that night. The Korean food, it was a good setting. So what we're going to do that here. I've got a couple of prompts. If they're boring or we don't like them, we can skip them. But we also want prompts from the audience. So if you have an idea, shout it out, let them hear it, see if they can do it. And we'll let them banter and do the thing that they do best. So I'll turn that over to them.
Here we go. Jay, you ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the first one is dating.
Wait. Oh, yeah. You're going to stand up?
Oh, I was going to stand, but we can sit.
God,
So
I'm getting relaxed with everybody. We're getting just sitting around a fire, talking.
So dating as the first one. Both of us have not dated in a very long time. But I think that we can start off by saying, what are the problems with dating and how do they really and how do
wait, we're gonna talk about all the problems with dating?
Oh, we're gonna focus on a few problems. Okay. I think that one problem with dating I think that people have is I don't know. There's no consequence for so I took a flight here yesterday. And when I landed, the guy next to me pulls out his phone and he's on on Tinder, and he literally swiping right on every single person without even looking at it. And I don't really know
high numbers game.
I don't really know what Tinder is. I mean, I've vaguely heard about it, but this strikes to me as against the spirit of Tinder. And so I think that putting your money where your mouth is one of the main ideas that blockchain can enable. So if you had to pay for every swipe, then you're going to try really hard to pick people that you think you would actually be compatible with. And I think that a dating site that where you had to pay to send messages to people on a per message basis, you're going to invest heavily on crafting the message for that person and making sure that you work hard to identify someone that would be a good match for you.
So could you do that though? Because you think about it and how blockchain works with the transparency. Could you would you be able to I mean, couldn't you just bypass the smart contract and go directly to a wallet or something?
What I'm imagining is that
how it works. He's like, I got this great idea, and I'm like, maybe they don't.
So the way that I imagine that it working is your profile is a smart contract, and to send someone a message, you are actually posting a message to that smart contract. So you actually have to pay them to message them. And their client-side app is programmed so that it will it won't send you messages just to the address. There's no way to do it. You have to send it to this particular smart contract, and that's going to take a fee.
Okay, so everybody would have their own smart contract that would be their messaging index, and for you to insert into your message into the index, you'd have to actually pay a fee. So it's like so they can make money this way
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I smell catfishing galore here. I don't. All right. How about splitting the bill?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. You put the
Like-
money in beforehand.
Exactly.
So, I invite you to this restaurant, or we say, all right, we're gonna go out,
I
and
think, you know what? I think it's how much money do we want to spend?
Exactly.
First,
Exactly.
and then we can decide where we're gonna go. It's like, well, I'll put in, $20, and you put $20. I guess we can only spend $40. So
Yeah.
we're going to McDonald's,
Yeah, or maybe it's blind, right? Like I put in 100 and you put in 20. That actually tells us a lot about the date, and maybe we cancel the date from that because we're not compatible. We're not as
blind.
invested in the other person.
So an application that's not even an application, how blockchain make dating better is you could see how much money the person has just
Yeah.
by like share me your public ID.
You say
How
you're
much,
an entrepreneur, but show me the wallet.
How successful of an entrepreneur are you? So I guess that could be.
I think one final one before we move on is
How much time do we have on this, by the way?
I think that we've
Is
talked
it
enough
is it
about
all
one.
night long?
One
Okay.
little one is like insurance for jerks. You know what I mean? So basically, if you let the ladies say that you were a jerk, and then you lose your stake in the I'm a good guy DAO.
Well, why can't that be for the lady too?
Oh, they could be, but women are angels.
So okay, but then I guess the fun part about that is that like obviously everybody wanting to do it, you would think that they want a relationship, so they would be incentivized not to say that they're a jerk, but you could also it's like I really want to be in this relationship, or else if not, I could get paid money not to be. So it could really like weed out some like not so good relationships.
Yeah, and also like if we go on a date and I've staked $1,000 for me being a good guy, that says a very different thing than I've only staked $20.
That's very true. I think not you would lose that 1,000, but like I think that's anybody doing that. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably take the $1,000. I'm just saying. Yeah. Why do you need a smart contract? Like this is like a whole like should we do an hour talk about like the benefits of smart? So the cost of verification, right? So there's a paper out there, some simple economics of blockchain that talks about the true value of blockchain being that it lowers cost of verification. So a centralized application that does this would ultimately have a higher cost because you have to then trust this third party to make sure that the thing happened. A smart contract, you could completely between the two people, and 100% of the fee or whatever would go back to whoever it would be. So that'd be one reason.
Another reason is that you would have to give that site access to your bank account, or you would have to basically like pre-buy a whole bunch of Tinder tokens. Let's say we've already committed to moving some of your assets over to there. So by making it so that it is part of the regular blockchain ecosystem, it makes it so that you don't have to decide beforehand where your resources are going to be allocated. So you can use this app today and a different app tomorrow without transferring from one regime to the other, and without sharing your information with that centralized party.
So okay, well, why? Fine, I love this. All right, challenge us. Okay, so why how could we make this better, and why would this could exist outside of Tinder?
Let me say that another way. It's like, how do we make this a defensible business, as opposed to a cool application of blockchain? One of the things that Chris always says is that you can't make a company around a feature. You have to make a company around something else. So we've talked about how could blockchain be useful for dating. We have not said what would be a profitable company that is a blockchain-based dating company.
So I mean, I think the easy thing is, do we want to make Tinder a quintillion billion-dollar company? Like what if we make a dating DAO where that the profits of all of this goes to the members of the daters. So I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why I'm actually in blockchain is because I don't like those huge large companies. And I would much rather see the actual profits and the benefits of the network being in the hands of the network. So that alone would be a reason why I would want to actually create a company like this. This probably wouldn't be the number one product I would build, but this is why I would somebody doing this to build it in the first place.
I agree. All right, next one is art.
Oh, we're moving on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like art NFTs. I mean, like, okay, fine. Let's think outside the box. Let's make it fun. Okay, so art, procedural, like procedurally generated art that is so I mean so it's like digital art that can be created based off of state of the blockchain or state of a DAO's decision making or off an oracle. Like someone who was telling me that they made a like one of the basketball, I don't watch basketball, but one of the basketball players created an NFT that changed what it looked like based off their stats of their games. So I mean, that's one way you can do it, where you can actually have a morphine piece of art that is immutable and has a history. So I think that's one way.
So when I think about art, my mind has been sort of like primed by the Ally talk. And when I think about art in video games, one of the greatest artists in my mind is Hideo Kojima. And he's the director, designer of the Metal Gear series. And he did an interview one time where he talked about what would be the game that he could make if he could do anything. And he said, I would like a game that when you died, it deleted itself from your hard drive and you were never allowed to play the game ever again. And so I think that sort of like artistic audacity is something that you could do with an NFT, that if you died, then it literally you don't own it anymore. You have lost, and it in fact adds you to a blacklist of people who are never allowed to play the game.
Yeah. So that's fun. Next.
Real estate.
You picked like the worst things. Taxes. Okay.
So one of my favorite so I don't know about you guys, but I have a favorite tax policy.
Don't pay them?
No, well, they're gonna get you. Okay, so there's this thing that's called a Harfberger tax.
Oh goodness. Get ready. Buckle up.
Okay, so one of the big problems about taxes, especially property taxes, is evaluating the price of property, or rather evaluating the value of property. Your interest is to make sure that your property value from a tax perspective is as low as possible, because suppose that you're going to pay a 10% tax on whatever your property is valuated at, then you would like that number to be really, really low. The tax man would like that number to be really, really high. And you're probably going to lose, because if it's really, really low, then they'll just change the number from 10% to 20% or something like that. So it's very difficult to learn the true value of properties and to set a reasonable tax rate. So the theory of a Harfberger tax is that everybody always has their property available for sale at a buy it now price. And you cannot change the price except for once a year. So that means at the beginning of the year, you have to say, this is what you can buy all of my property. And I really mean all of your property. So your house, your car, everything. So you have to give a buy it now price to everything that you own. And then you pay a tax on what that price is. So now, if you lowball it, then you pay a low tax, but of course I can get your car for $5. And so this makes it so that you have an incentive to choose an accurate price that reflects the true value that you put in something. And so that makes it so that we can fire all of the property assessors, because everybody will self-assess their value at what its true worth is. People who would like to avoid taxes, what they do, well, they try to avoid taxes, but then there are people out there looking for underpriced assets, which they buy and then immediately sell for what its true value is. So it's very infeasible to build this system out of, with the centralized infrastructure, but it's something that very naturally could exist with a smart contract.
Fun story. So about 2 years ago now. We were in Tokyo, or where was it? Where
It was in Osaka.
Osaka. We're in Osaka, and we're shaking hands, meeting people, talking, and one of my friends came up and started talking about, so yeah, we're working on a DAO thing, and I'm really into this really obscure thing you probably haven't heard of. And they brought up the Harshberg. He's like, yeah, this Harshberg test. And Jay's like, And then the guy got done explaining. It's like, well, that's really cool. Have you read this book, this book, this book, this book, this, and like listed off like 6 different papers and books about explaining all of the benefits of it and everything. And he's like, huh, I haven't actually met anybody that knew anything about it. And like Jay like listed off every book that ever talked about it ever.
I love the Harshberger tax.
He
It's
does.
one of my pet
Like you
peeves.
could see his eyes like light up. He's like, "Oh, now's my time." One thing I was thinking about, so we have a secret project. Just Jay and I do actually, called the Living Canvas, or I think it was the Million Algo homepage. We should apply the Harshberger tax to that.
Yeah, totally.
I think it tweaks it just a little bit, but I think it would actually fit pretty well. So you actually pay taxes on what the cost is every year, and then somebody could buy it. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, because one of the problems with that project is that it's
exponential.
It's kind of a flash in the pan, right? Like things are exciting for a little while, but then things are too expensive.
Yeah,
And so
I
this
think it would
would
change.
enforce.
You guys want to know about the project? All right. All right. So this is actually, I don't know, I got a bug on my butt and I decided that to do something like this. This happens this is why we have Reach Labs. But this time, this actually happened before Reach Labs existed. There's a project that happened back late in, I think, the early 2000s,
Yeah, I
called
think it was in 2001.
2001, called the $1 Million Homepage, where a guy created a website and then sold a pixel for $1, and then sold a million pixels, and it's still there. You can actually Google it and you can see this homepage, and it looks very, very like
Old school.
early web, web. And I was like, rebuilding this with the idea of crypto would be a lot of fun. And so that's what it was originally. Was that we sold? I think we did a like 2 million pixels, because it was,
Yeah, we
like,
wanted it to be a 1080p image.
yeah, 1080p image, and that's anybody can come in and buy a pixel, but the pixel is always for sale for 10% more than what you paid for it.
So people can buy it out from under you.
Right.
So that you wrote Reach, and they can buy Stinks underneath it.
Right.
And then someone else can turn Stinks into Roxors. You know what I
Right.
mean?
But the every single pixel is its own NFT. So like, you own that NFT, and then we thought about like how we could not only just change its color, but you can actually buy the links where they link to as well, and have that as
So
like
it
a
still
secondary
says
market.
Reach, but it links to some other language.
Right. And so, but I think applying the Harshberger tax to that would make it, but the problem with it, if things are, what's that? Whatever. Yeah. That tax fancy thing that Jay talks about all the time. But because the problem with what we talked about is that, 10% bought over and over and over again, it gets pretty expensive.
Yeah. It makes it so that after a few hundred trades, it's all the algos in existence. So that means that you can't.
We
buy
have
them
a
anymore.
spreadsheet, by the way.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it would be.
Yeah. So I think that would be a fun application of taxes. If we wanted to be more sinister, another thing is that with normal
Tax everything.
Exactly. Right now, the IRS would really like to tax everything, but it's not feasible to do that because all the information about the trades that you were involved in are not public, and they have to basically they say, tell us everything that you made, and if you don't tell us and we find out later, then we'll go take it and more. But of course, in the decentralized economy, everything's on the public ledger, and so we really could tax every single transaction.
Yeah, every single transaction that happens automatically takes a percentage off and sends it to the government.
Yeah.
Anybody here like that? That's, all right, that's a bad idea. Okay.
Yeah, but you could build like if we wanted to get Congress on our side, we would make a new blockchain that had this feature built in that the IRS automatically gets paid for everything. And I think that we would find people turning their heads and helping us out a lot.
Yeah. And the question about that one.
When you say CPAs, you mean like certified public accountant CPAs? Yeah.
I don't think smart contracts can do away with CPAs. I think it's just a new skill set of what a CPA would have, being able to actually. And I think I think let's talk about how can we make CPAs better with blockchain, and I think it's the transparency and like how the blockchain works is that you instead of saying, okay, I did my taxes, what you would do is you go to your tax guy and say, here's my public ID. Tell me how much tax I owe. And he scans every transaction and every pool you put in and everything. And they like probably puts it through some tool and he spits out like, and there's your tax bill. That
Yeah.
to me would probably be like, I mean, this is not, I don't think this is actually like, whoa, a crazy thing. Like this is happening today.
Yeah. So like my mom is a CPA, and for a long time I helped her out doing stuff. And so doing real CPAing for large companies, first of all, there's like a creative aspect of it because you need to gather all their data, and then you basically need to run experiments. Like if I use this form and I say yes on this field, it makes it so that I have to pay tax under this regime, but I could try it this other way and do this other thing. So I actually think of the CPA problem as being more of like a constrained optimization problem. And right now, all of that information is in like the expertise of the IRS tax code, which my mom has it on, a shelf, and it's like an entire shelf of that thin, like legal paper. And so I really think of this as being way more computationally intensive. And so I think it's a bad problem for the compute side of smart contracts.
You wouldn't do the compute on the blockchain. You would just do the analysis.
It would be the data source.
Yeah, the data source.
There's a question up there. The thing is that TurboTax works well for individuals and some small businesses, but it doesn't do the kind of optimization that a large company would need.
I mean, but there is like TurboTax for crypto already. Like there's a company called Coinly, and yeah, there's lots of them out there that do these already.
Yeah. What's next? Voting.
What, did you just pick like the most boring ones?
Well, I mean, obviously. So the thing about voting is that I think that there's two avenues.
So like voting actually is very difficult. With especially with like the rules of the United States about like how voting needs to be done.
Yeah. So when we talk about voting, we can talk about like the idea of doing voting. You know what I mean? So the idea of doing voting for like, a club or something like that, many people are like, oh yeah, we'll have a vote in the 51%. That's boring and unexciting.
Yeah.
Like the thing that would be cool about smart contracts is that you could do really interesting esoteric votes. So for instance, like you can do ranked choice, instant runoff. You can do more exciting things like having dictators who you can replace them at 90%. So the only
now we're talking about DAOs. Now we're talking about like organizations and not voting.
But when I think of voting, that's what I think about, like different voting regimes that are too difficult to evaluate with the traditional way that we collect votes. But if we're talking about like public voting, you know what I mean, of like a real government, then now there are so many problems, right?
Like so many people, like, when we had the last voting issues, like, why don't we just put that in the blockchain? You're like, oh, well, you don't understand voting.
Yeah, so I mean, it's very important for. It's like there's all these competing constraints, right? There's knowing that people. How do you airdrop the vote tokens? You know what I mean? And make sure that they get to the right people. That's like a very practical problem. The other thing is that some people believe that secret voting is really important.
I mean, the government does.
Well, who cares what the government thinks? We care about what people think. And so some people think that secret voting is important, but other people think that secret voting is actually a flaw where you can.
You think, I've heard you tell me, you think that you should be able to sell your vote.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that I would like to be able to sell my vote. And really what I want to do is I want to buy a vote in a swing
state. By
the
way, Jay is full of hot takes that you go.
Yeah,
wait,
so I live in Massachusetts. So
by the way,
vote
you should hear his take on how monarchy should be returned. That's a whole nother.
Yeah. But so I live in Massachusetts, and I would much rather have a vote in Iowa. For I would like to vote in Iowa for a primary. I would also like to vote in New Hampshire for a primary. I'd like to buy a vote in another swing state for like the actual presidential election. Like it would be very desirable for me to be able to vote more effectively.
Yeah, but you wanting to do this is like it. You're like, I'm gaming the system. And then you're like, oh, well, maybe that's not the point of this. So we should pick a new system. But you're like, well, let's keep the same system so I can game it.
Well, I'm just saying that with the existing regime, being able to buy and sell votes would produce more efficient outcomes. That's what a more efficient outcome is.
Right.
Corruption is a more efficient outcome. You know, I heard someone earlier today complaining about insider trading. Insider trading just means getting accurate information about the prices of stocks. The people who know the most about the performance of the company are the people who work there. They should be able to
Is this
trade.
not recorded anymore, right? We can just.
Just because I think that it would be better doesn't mean that I'm going to do it.
Oh yes, of course.
Right on. So yeah, let's okay next. All right, throw some out here. This will be more fun. Tickets, like event tickets. Oh, well, I mean that's as simple. I mean that. Okay, so I believe that this is one of the main reasons that blockchain will become mainstream, because I think that's like tickets themselves can be NFTs or smart NFTs where you receive an NFT that maybe is a single use that can store state in it, that has royalties built into it. So if you actually resell it, you can actually the original people don't get mad because you're scalping tickets because they're getting a piece. All of these things can be done with like NFTs, and
you can also get in a queue to automatically buy them, as opposed to the way that it works right now, where you're racing.
Blockchain would destroy the current ticket system. Now that being said, who owns ticketing right now is Ticketmaster, and not like this is actually was it the John Oliver show just did an episode about this, I think last week, where we can't change ticketing even if we wanted to, because Ticketmaster, who owns how tickets are done, also is owned by Live Nation, which owns like 90% of the venues. So they will only allow you to actually sell tickets via Ticketmaster. So we could come up with a better ticketing plan and be like, that's cool. Give us money.
Eric told me that with these problems, we should just move to Switzerland.
Oh, okay. Who's with us? Divorce? Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I think divorce is a great example because people, people like prenuptial agreements are both unpopular and typically unenforceable. And so people, when they first get married, they cannot imagine that they would ever want to be divorced. So this is actually the opportune time for them to make decisions that cannot be revoked, that are
by the
beneficial
way,
to the other party.
So everything that Jay's about to say would also work for wills.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, wills are special in another way because you can have the dead man switch option.
I mean, that's divorce, right?
Well, I guess what you're saying
no?
is that the divorce contract automatically executes if a week goes by where both people don't say that they still want to be married.
Yeah. Every week it's like, do you still want to? Yes or no?
Yeah.
But
or maybe you have to say no for 6 months. That would be one of the parameters of the divorce.
See, the cool thing that you could do with blockchain is that you can build in price routing, where you could do even complex price routing, where you could have a single input, program all of the rules where everything would go, and you dump money in the top, and then it just goes wherever. And you don't need a lawyer to sit there and say, okay, you get this. It's just dump money in, and out it comes.
Yeah, well, and the thing that I think is exciting about it is that blockchain can have this enforced pre-commitment idea, which is that you have to decide beforehand what the distribution is going to be, and you're going to do that at a time when you love each other. You can't imagine ever getting divorced. You know what I mean?
I want you to have everything,
or we're going to take care of the kids, or I know that you love this thing, whatever. And so you're going to codify those rules in a way that you can't change them.
They call those prenups, right?
Well, exactly. But the thing is that prenups are basically, as I said, unenforceable and unpopular. So this would be something that would be more effective.
And what would you call it, Jay?
It would be an automatic marriage dissolution contract. Yeah. No, you shouldn't.
Your private key is actually locked into your ring.
Yeah, there you go.
Love insurance.
Yeah, or risk-free marriage.
We ensure our love will be forever. What do you got, Russ? Gifting. So.
This is something.
It's the funny thing.
So this project of gift cards, one of the very first programs that I ever wrote with Reach
Yeah, I asked him to.
was Chris saying, "I want you to make it so we can gift card algorithms."
So this has been done. So like this literally was the first thing we did on Algorand with Reach, was because I was like, giving crypto to non-crypto people is hard, right? And has anybody here tried to do that before? Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we did is we built a smart contract that allowed the money to be unlocked via a password.
Yeah.
So that way, that all they would need is the password to actually unlock the actual coins. So they don't need a wallet right away. And whenever you wanted the money, then you can actually have the wallet. But then you just and then you just put the hash in, and then boom, there you go.
The only problem with it is that it's susceptible to a front-running attack. So let's use this as an opportunity to teach you about front-running attacks. So when you send a transaction to a blockchain, typically you are not the final point of contact for getting it on chain. And so that means that it goes into a pool of transactions that some miner is going to look at. A very easy and clever thing to do is look through these sets of transactions for ones that don't depend on the sender. And so you look for a transaction that makes it so that the sender gets a resource, but the sender's identity could be changed and the resource would still go to that person, to
This
whoever,
is fixable, though.
whoever the sender is. And so the password one is a classic example of something that would be front-run, because the miner can just look at it, see that if they change the sender to themselves, then they get the money.
I mean, you could do it with a two-step password.
Yeah.
Like, so wait.
So the first step of the password makes it so that you're locked in, and then the next one you actually get it. So you have to know both passwords.
And then what you could do is you could charge a fee for the first password, and that you would get right back with the second one.
Yeah. So that way it costs something to be the person to do the reservation, and then you get it back. So the idea is that we would actually, so the way we're thinking about it is making it so that these were gift cards that you could like buy at the grocery store, and there would be one thing that you would scratch off for the first password, another thing that you would scratch off for the second password.
You look skeptical about it. Bring it. Let's do it.
Yeah. The DAO version of Kickstarter.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not really a DAO.
Well, I mean, the idea is,
I mean,
that
I guess it could be a DAO.
Well, so the thing about Kickstarter is that we don't like the idea that it's all or nothing. So you want to fund them, but if they do a bad job on their first milestone, exactly,
Like milestone, okay.
Yeah, so that the DAO says, did they actually do a good job? So you're doing a board game, they now publish the rules. We don't like the rules. We're taking our money back. You know what I mean?
Rage quit.
Exactly.
Awesome. He's already built it. Boom.
Yeah.
Better on blockchain. Wait, whoa, we're not done yet. We control this. We're having fun. Last one.
We have a whole episode about
There's
this.
an hour episode online about this. Over here. Well, that's not the game. I don't fully believe everything we just said was actually a good reason of it.
So I heard two ideas from over here. So healthcare.
He said porn.
And he said porn.
Okay, on that subject, we have one that Jay shot down a long time ago, back when there was a great change in the service model of a certain OnlyFans website. I'm just saying, it's a very interesting business case model for why you can have your own content. There's a blockchain use case there.
So we didn't actually just shoot it down just because of that aspect of it. I mean, I'm going to speak for Jay. You couldn't say. I think hidden content on the blockchain is very, very hard, and the majority of it is actually off blockchain. So I just didn't think it was that exciting of a topic personally, but
yeah. I don't know much about what blockchain could do for pornography. I think that people want anonymized purchases.
NFTs.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of gross.
Own it.
Removing the middleman is something that you could do. In terms of the hidden content.
See how much pain he's in right now? Like,
Yeah. In terms of
All right, we're passing just for Jay's
yeah,
sake.
thank you. And then healthcare, someone said.
Healthcare.
So I think that healthcare, there's healthcare, right?
Health
So,
insurance.
and health insurance, and they're very different things. So, people associate bad feelings with health management organizations that essentially they get paid when you don't have health problems, and that is actually the incentives are aligned there. Your insurance agency, your health agency, their interest should be to collect money from you and never perform any services because you never need any services. But they should be on the line for all of the costs of if you ever did actually need something. And that is the sort of classic thing that is difficult to make a contract that's going to be enforceable in court. That I think that a smart contract could do much more effectively. Yeah, one of the things that you could do, for instance, is that rather than the medical record being stored by the other party, they only store like a hash of it that you control the actual document. And so you can prove that you really did have this procedure at some time by like revealing the PDF, and look, it hashes to the thing that this dentist office said really happened. And so that way
Probably
you're
do
in
some
control.
type of zero knowledge proof too, to actually not even show the PDF, but show the proof that you have the PDF, and then show that match that. All right, so I was quiet there for a second. I don't know if you could notice, because I started thinking about it. Like, okay, well, how could you actually make healthcare and align the incentives? So rather than actually it's kind of a little abstract. So bear with me. So the thing with like being sick or curable diseases, companies are more incentivized to actually prolong your life rather than cure you. Like, what if you use blockchain as a way for people that have the disease to invest in an actual cure rather than actual a prolonging life? So that's so something like that probably could be neat. And so it's not exactly healthcare, but it's more of allowing people to, or maybe allowing people to tie to the previous thing, like to wills. If you die of a disease, your a percentage of your wealth goes to the fund to cure that disease, and you don't get any money unless it's a cure and not a prolonging.
Yeah. There's this exciting
this happens all the
thing
time
called cryonics, where people want to freeze their brains so that they can be resurrected in the future when we have the ability to bring people back or freeze their whole body and cure their disease. But one of the big problems with that is that if you pay a company to freeze you, you're trusting them to basically invest the money that you paid them now to maintain your body over a long period of time. And so hopefully there would be a way to constrain their behavior through a smart contract. I think that's similar to controlling your resources after you die.
Yeah. And because of the lower cost of verification, and you could actually bake it into a self-sovereign entity that would leak it out, that you wouldn't have to trust another third party to release it. You would just be part of the smart contract.
Ooh, I have a great idea. Okay, so
There
the
it
problem
comes.
with cryonics is that you want the other guy to be able to have an incentive to resurrect you in the future.
Remember the
Exactly. The past. You have to. There's something.
Wait, doesn't this incentivize them to actually be able to
scan your brain?
Scan your brain.
Really, it's more efficient for them to scan your brain so that then you reveal the password so that they
take all your money.
So they get all your money. But hopefully that will be an incentive to discover the ability to do this.
Scan brains.
To scan
so
brains.
This is how we figured out how to scan brains.
Which will get
Nice.
we'll get brain emulations.
All right, fine. Are we done now? All right, guys. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, well, that concludes our programming for today. We hope that it was edifying, that it was inspiring, that they're planting seeds of ideas and things that are possible. Today we have refreshments, games out in the foyer, in the courtyard. If you want to keep challenging Chris, he can do that all night. I have seen it. So if you have more ideas, please pepper him with those. Tomorrow we will have breakfast starting at 8 here, but programming will start at 10. Tomorrow's programming, you can see it there, but just thematically, we'll keep going. We'll get a little bit deeper. Russ from the Algorand Foundation has been one of our who's our key sponsor and one of our great partners, will be doing a demo. Algorand Inc. Sorry, Algorand Inc. And we'll be doing a demo for us, and then we will also be talking and hearing from some of the companies that are actually building in Reach, who are also hiring. And so, that we'll be looking for some of this cohort to be coming out of the other end, ready to contribute to some projects. So please look forward to that and rejoin us tomorrow for that programming. So yeah, with that, I think we're good to go. So thanks, everybody.